Really? Oh, God.
Okay, welcome everyone back to our October 23rd, 2023 meeting. It is now 1 o'clock and we're reconvening from our 9 o'clock, I guess we will reconvene from our 9 o'clock meeting. And we are starting off with Director Sparber. So go ahead and take it away. And
Okay.
I'm sorry, let the record reflect that all 5 commissioners are present. Commissioner French is online and our executive management team is here. So there we go.
Thank you. Well, we're going to talk about jail capacity today. But before I get started, I kind of want to apologize for any confusion that may have come out of some of the presentations that I put up on the screen. As you recall, after COVID, we saw a drop in eligible inmates that could be housed at the Geiger facility. The numbers dropped from 150 down to 190 range. I approached then the board and expressed that I needed to shift some staff from the Geiger facility to the downtown facility in order to make up for some of the staff shortages downtown and for the overtime. And so I also made some reductions in some of the specialized positions as well during that period of time. And so there were primarily 2 factors that led to this: number of eligible inmates that could go out to Geiger, and then the significant shortages downtown where the application of operationally wise, moving that staff downtown made more sense and cut down on the overtime. So I do want to clear up that confusion. I apologize for any confusion from my side that may have led to some of those. And the second thing is on the presentations themselves. This is very complicated material that I share with you guys on an ongoing basis. So a lot of my presentations kind of stack upon the previous ones. And so it's important for me to have just enough information to inform the board, but also to have a sufficient amount of the background so that when we're moving forward, you have a good understanding of where we're going, where we're tracking. The presentations that I get takes time to put together. This particular one was 4 to 5 weeks to put together before I came here, is because I have a pretty extensive vetting process, and that includes the structure and review of my own staff, going through, making sure that we have the relevant information, that we vetted out the numbers and so forth. A legal review if it's necessary from Chris and his team, HR and risk review from Ashley if it involves their team, and then a review by the CEO, public policy director, Jeff, and also, with Pat Bell to look for those kind of communications. And then finally, it comes before the senior board or the senior directors board, and all of us look at it collectively to make sure that it's polished and ready to go before the board. So I wanted to also clear up that confusion because there was some conversation about why it takes so long to get the presentations in front of you and what kind of was the process behind it. So just some background information, and apologies for anything that may have led to that as well. So, okay, all right, slideshow. Okay, we're going to go to the next slide. So kind of an overview of where we're going. So Detention Services is facing some jail capacity issues based on the demographic of the nature of the offender they're coming in. Higher level of felonies are being booked at an increased rate. Geiger's porous design and floor plan limits the eligibility for the lower level offenders that can go out there. Corrections officer shortages is a factor, but not a Geiger. It's downtown, and the ones that could be removed from Geiger are downtown staffing wise. The turnover of the jail beds is going a lot slower because of the caseload that district and district and superior court have for moving their cases through. And so the turnover rate has slowed significantly. And then regardless of measure 1, I was asked by Commissioner French to sit down and evaluate what the next 5 years looks like, and then come back to him, which is today, come back to him with some of those analysis. So next slide, please. So RCW 39.34180 clearly defines that each city or each county town, and city has a responsibility for the gross misdemeanors and misdemeanors, including the prosecution, adjudication, sentencing, and incarceration. Either they provide these services directly or they have an interlocal agreement with someone to provide these services for them. You'll see in the statute that the county is statutorily responsible for all felons, and that's the highlighted bolded point on the bottom there. Presently, Detention Services has several interlocal and contract agreements to provide these services for other agencies. Next slide, please. As you look at our kind of an overview of our contracted agencies, we currently have in place, based on the 22 data, the U.S. Marshals have averaged about 108 offenders, Department of Corrections 23 offenders, Master Contract 96 offenders, non-contracting services averaged around 17 offenders. So that comes out to about a net of 244 beds. If we shifted the county to the county statutorily responsible felons, and also along with the contracted responsibilities, we would look to go into an all felony, housing all felonies in detention services, misdemeanors and gross misdemeanors out of district court, and mandatory gross misdemeanor bookings, all the Washington State Patrol bookings, providing housing and court-related services to those that we provide law enforcement for. And there would be approximate loss in revenue at the county's expense of about $13 million if we were to shift away and only focus on our statutory responsibilities. Yes.
So Mike, on this slide, it says it's 2022 data.
2022 data,
You don't,
a full year of last year's data.
okay, it's a full year.
Yes.
Based on the average.
Yes.
Okay.
And so when we're looking at this, if we were going to shift away and just focus on what statutorily responsibilities are for the county, those are the things that we'd be looking at as far as the remaining contracts and who we'd be focusing on and where the discretionary beds could come from as far as our contracts go. If you go to a slide.
Just a second.
Go
Could I
ahead. I'm
ask a
sorry.
quick question? So
Yeah.
for the non-contracted agencies, do they just pay a flat rate
Flat per
per
diem.
per bed night?
Yeah, it's like Burlington Northern and some of those other ones, they just pay a flat per diem rate when we book them in. So,
Thank you.
any other questions before I move along? Okay.
But
Yeah.
is there, so that's the revenue from those contracts? Do we
Those, that
know,
bottom line.
what's the cost of the, do we have that number?
I don't have it with me.
Don't have it with me,
Yeah,
but we can get it.
I can work with Randy to pull that number for you. Yeah.
Can I add something? Commissioner Jordan, for most of these, especially the contracted agencies, there's a very robust calculation that goes through and determines what our revenue sources are that come off our expenses, and those are then apportioned out to the contracting agencies. So it's a very involved, it looks at all of the costs and detention services and then allocates those costs based on the inmate population through the period of time. So Mike and Don's team are just now setting up meetings for the third quarter review with all the contracting agencies to run through that. So it's essentially a cost recovery on those contracted agencies.
And then to Scott's point, it involves the medical portion of it, the transportation part, the court services, and all of that is rolled into that per diem rate. And as Don expressed last week, the state has an established rate that they pay, but they do have an escalation rate of whatever it was that he identified. And on top of that, what we did is we negotiated into the contract some of the extraordinary medical services that we provide, so we get a higher per diem rate for those folks as well. So, okay, next slide, please. So when you're looking at the jail capacity, you have to look at it a couple different ways. Number one, if you look in the top left-hand box, you'll see that those are the percentages of our charges by highest charge going across the table. And if you look at it, felony population constitutes about 70.5% of our population. If you look to the right hand, the smaller box, you would see that about 44, almost 45% is involved in a violent crime or domestic violence charge associated with it. So when you look at the pre-COVID numbers, and we're going to kind of roll back here a little bit, and we're going to use 2019 to 2020, and then we're going to compare it to our current state in 2023. In the comparison of the two of those pre-COVID, felonies went up 7%, B felonies went up 4%, C felonies dropped 8%, gross misdemeanors dropped 2%, misdemeanors dropped, true misdemeanors dropped, and you don't have a copy of this, I'm just giving you statistics, I'll give you a copy of this. And then holds remained the same at 16%. So the population coming back in post-COVID is not the same population that was let out of jail during COVID, if that makes sense. So we're getting more serious crimes in than we had before, and the demographics of the people that are coming in have more violent and domestic violent related charges that go with it. So I want to make that clear. And then on the lower box, if you look at that, so when you're looking at the jail capacity, there's jail capacity and there's actual capacity that they can use based on a couple different things. If you look at the box, these are people that require individual cell to themselves. And you can see up that it's a gang affiliation, it's a maximum classification level, it's a mental health acuity level, it's suicidal offenders, it's codependence on a case, there's previous behavioral issues, fights, sex offenders, and offenders that can be represented in more than one category. So when you look at it, these are all beds that are taken away by one individual instead of being doubled up in a capacity that you could use for the true capacity of the jail. So if you were to say the jail, just as an example, the jail has 462 cells, X amount of them by this percentage would be reduced because you could actually only use one cell for those individuals. And so this is a good example of the flexibility in these cells and the ability that they change over time. So if you look at this slide, you can see there's 135 beds that would be tied up for single cells in the bottom gray box. And then if you go to the next slide, please. Based on 1010 of 23, we required 156 of these beds to be single cell. So it's not a static population. It ebbs and flows, and the use for individual beds is based on the individuals that we have in jail. So any questions on this slide? There's a lot on this slide, and I know that I'm producing a lot, but it's building up to where the next conversation is going to go. Yes, Scott.
One of the things that these two slides highlight for me is the variable nature of the population on any given day, as well as the variable nature of the single cell, as well as the variable nature of, which are the kind of the hold loans, along with the various nature of the violent crimes that are in there. You can see within 15 days, we had a change of 34 beds, and during a month, we get the jail sends out what their population is in the jail, and it can be anywhere from 820 up to 870. It just flexes constantly. So it adds a lot of complexity to what Mike's team has to do with moving offenders around, either between the downtown jail and Geiger, between within the downtown jail, keeping them separate from each other. It's a constant moving puzzle, if you will.
Okay. Next slide. So here's kind of a demographic and the changes too. You can see the difference in the felony population, one from 2000 on, and then one just 2019. You can see how much it's changed in the makeup of the different seriousness of charges. And so it's important to realize that, again, going back to what I had stated, the population going out of the jail previously to COVID was not the same as being reflected as coming back into the jail right now. We're averaging a lot more felons, a lot more serious charges.
Commissioner Walter.
So the 2019 to 2023 is a 5-year, right? Or 5-year, 4.5-year window. Do you have the May 2022? Or sorry, the annual 2022, just to compare to like 2007?
Sure, I don't have it with
Because
me,
I
but-
know that a lot of misdemeanors were let out during COVID.
Right.
So it might skew the numbers a little bit. But it'd be interesting to know, just like last year, what the percentage was.
That's on one of our to-do lists, is that we're trying to identify what was let out during the COVID releases.
Yeah, I
And so-
don't know, but
No,
I.
no, it's a good
yeah.
question. Yeah, I definitely want to understand it. And so I want to go back and take a look at those, so we'll make sure that we have that for you, bring it back, so you can look at it, so.
So my.
Or even a snapshot of today, like, you know,
Well,
how many, what percentages hold misdemeanors, felonies?
of today,
Well, because this is a 5-year or 4.5-year average.
okay.
And you did an average from 1 year, 2007.
No, you don't have your computer either, do you? That's all, okay.
The todays are basically those two previous slides that give you a sample of, 70%, 71% felons, 15% misdemeanors, 16% misdemeanors, and about 14
Oh,
to
okay.
13% holds.
I was gonna bring that up for you right now, but neither one of us have our computer with us to bring it up.
Okay. So it's about the same, okay.
But I'm still,
Just not on a pie graph.
I like pie graphs. They're so
Right after
colorful.
lunch.
Yeah, pie. There
pie,
you go.
lunch. Right. So,
So I guess, I just want to be clear, the last two slides previously were just those date and times.
right,
Okay.
those were snapshots in time. And we could also have the snapshot for today, but like I said, we don't have my computer with me. And this is just kind of a comparison to see how much the felony population has grown over the period of time. So, before 45%? 45% and now up to 68%, so.
Question.
Yes.
What are, just curiosity, what are and I hear what you're saying on Geiger, so thanks for the clarity on that. What are the criteria for Geiger? Is there a specific written policy? Are certain felons allowed out there? Just,
So they undergo a classification process. It's a point additive system. It's based on the OJC, which is the Objective Jail Classification System, developed by the NIC and adopted by WASPIC for everyone. So that's the one that we use for our classification system. Any prior problems at Geiger, the serious nature of their charge, and then we have to have the permission of the courts to kind of move them around if they're Geiger eligible. So one of the things that we run into sometimes is that the judge will say, it's up to us where we want to put them based on those demographics, we'll check it out, and then we move them throughout the system wherever we want to, so,
is there an actual written
yes,
policy? Can you send that to me?
absolutely.
Thank you.
And the other part of the question, Mike, that Commissioner Jordan asked is, are there felons out at Geiger?
There are felons out of Geiger. No, Class A felon was out there represented over the year, but it was because we'll get into this graph here, it's coming up.
Oh, okay. I jumped in.
But I'll just go ahead and answer, we'll just wait for this graph, and that way I can point it out. Okay, next graph, please. Okay, so looking at our population overall, status quo, if we were to remain doing all the things that we're doing right now, we almost there?
We're almost there.
All right, thank you. If you look at where the population, so let me explain these trend lines real quick. The number of the green dotted line on the bottom represents the amount of usable space in the jail that we can use based on those items I talked about, those that have to be housed separately, individual cells and those type of things, and based on how we have our layouts for some of our classifications as far as maximum, medium, and minimum. The top line is what the trend has been for the Geiger population out at Geiger, which has been averaging around 150 to 190 out of Geiger. And those are the eligible inmates that seem to be going out to Geiger at this time, okay? And that's at 915, and the lower numbers at 715, yeah. So if you look at the top line, it's the relief for the Geiger, or it's the relief for the jail on the bottom line. And so those that have to be required to stay in the jail would have to be underneath the green dotted line. Otherwise, we're depending on the capacity out of Geiger to give us overflow to handle the yellow line that's above it. And if you keep this course of action on the population that we have right now, in June of 25, we'll cross the green line above it, which is what the trend has been for the population that's eligible to go out to Geiger, plus the space downtown. Is that, I know there's a lot coming at you, but any questions on that? Yes.
Mike, explain the time period. You did a 4-year look back, and it shows kind of a narrower window, which we've kind of talked about before, versus like a 25-year. But it also included, you purposely included kind of that drop from COVID through here to give kind of a sense of what was happening during that time, and then the growing back up again after that.
Right, the trend going back up. And so we included that drop because it kind of flattened that line out just a little bit. If you went post-COVID in 2020, it would be much steeper from that point on. But this is kind of a balance, just to Scott's point of including, going back 4 years, including that sudden drop of COVID, and then the trend line going up forward.
So I'm confused. If I look at the far end of the graph, we're above the green line. And then there's, if I'm hearing you right, in 2025, June of 2025, we would hit the point where we hit that green line again, which means we don't have anyone eligible to go out to Geiger.
Right, that's correct, based on the trend line.
Right,
Okay,
but if we look to the far left, when COVID hit, it dropped way down, but it was already above that line. But we had people at Geiger.
so this population constitutes all the holds, the felons, the misdemeanors, gross misdemeanors, and the misdemeanors. So when it goes up, it ebbs and flows. It isn't a steady rate. So what we want to do is add a trend line to try to trend it out to that point. So am I missing the point there, Scott?
I think what Commissioner CUNY is asking is if the green dotted the deeper shaded green shows what our capacity based on the downtown jail.
Oh, I'm sorry, downtown jail.
Plus the recent eligible population that we've been seeing to go out to Geiger. Why were we at, what explains why we were above that number and able to hold those individuals back in October of 19, we're up at 1,000. Is that getting that right?
Okay, so prior to COVID, all the beds were in use out at Geiger. So we had all 362 of the beds in use out at Geiger, and we had the type of population that would fit out at Geiger. So the combination of both, that's how we were able to handle the population. After COVID, it dropped, and the population coming back in the door, as I said in the previous slides, aren't eligible to go back out. Not many of them are eligible outside.
Great, no, that's helpful.
So 915 is the new maximum then for capacity.
915 is our trend for eligible offenders that can go to Geiger.
Got it.
Okay,
Got it.
So one thing when I was reviewing these slides before today, you mentioned on the very first slide, like case resolution and turnover of inmates when their case has been resolved in the courts. Would it be possible to put some sort of trend line around how long it's taking for different cases to be resolved? Because I know post-COVID, a lot of people are spending more days in jail awaiting final resolution of their case.
Yeah, we could.
Just wondering.
The length of stay.
Because I remember when you gave us a presentation very early this year, you had some data around length of stay, and I was wondering if that's changed at all, you know, in the last 9 months. I know we'll have a 13th judge next year. Anyway, I know there's other civil cases that have nothing to do with people that are necessarily in the jail. So just wondering how that case resolution has evolved pre-COVID, post-COVID,
Okay, yeah.
because obviously there's a
I
lot
recall
of,
the presentation, it was, I think it was, so like of the overall population, the vast majority, the average was like 17 days, I mean, that's ballpark. But then of those that were longer than that, there was another sort of
Right.
amount that was the other, so then of that remaining population, there was another date sort of that really stuck out as sort of that group's average. I recall the presentation you're
right, because I
referencing,
mean,
but-
I don't have the data, but you could also argue that potentially, because I don't know, I don't have the data, but you say the turnover of jail beds has slowed significantly. So what's the difference now versus, 5 years ago of when somebody is in jail because they have a felony charge and they're awaiting their trial,
This graph, is that what you're
Like
referring
the
to?
state graph from Maine.
Okay,
was that May?
We're bumping up against 21, 22 now. But on average, we're at 17, so we're seeing it go up.
I was just hoping that we were
seeing it go down?
seeing
Yeah. Oh,
cases get resolved, because that's, 80% of people that we are holding
Pre-trial,
are pre-trial.
yeah.
It just seems like if we could impact what's happening in that realm, there'd be an impact on, jail bed availability.
Oh, absolutely. If you could turn the beds over a little faster, that would definitely, give us more capacity.
I was just hoping that maybe we were starting to catch up, but I guess we're still behind.
I think honestly, we're a little above that now. But I'll go back and look at it.
Just a second, Chris, and then Josh.
Do the courts have data? Do we know about like the average length of time to resolve a felony now versus in the past? Have you ever heard of them having that kind of data?
I know the AOC does provide them data, some data. Go ahead, Chris.
So they would definitely track that raw data. I don't know if it's been compiled, and AOC's 2022, analysis it'll come out when it comes out. So we certainly have the raw data on that. I don't know that we have like an average or any calculations on it.
I would assume there's a correlation on length of stay with, what you're showing, the felony population. That means more serious crimes as you compare the A, B, and C there. Wouldn't that mean length of stay would kind of go up just based on the severity of the crime?
Not necessarily, because in our jail, if you're a felony and your case resolves as a felony, then generally speaking, you're not going to be spending more time in our jail. If you're getting a sentence that includes prison time, then you're likely being shipped off to DOC from there. Or if it's a lower level felony and you're resolving, maybe you still have a little bit of time to serve, but generally speaking, it's credit for time served and then other sanctions. And so a felony case, it would not necessarily dictate that, other than they are more complicated cases and so take longer to process with new discovery, all of those aspects.
But if you compare back to the 2007 numbers, when you have that many misdemeanors compared to felony, that would skew those numbers though, right? Because a misdemeanor, you think you're gonna be in jail less time than if you're charged? All things equal kind of thing, except for the crime?
Again,
So-
theoretically, though I can say from personal experience, I've had people who've come in with misdemeanors, numerous misdemeanors occurring on different occasions. And, I've had somebody sentenced for a misdemeanor to county jail time for nearly 3 years. Because it was a repeat offender and they were stacked up consecutive sentences.
Okay.
And so, that's of course a very outlier, but, point being that, if you're sentenced to jail time after a misdemeanor, it's all gonna be here, as opposed to being shipped off to DOC.
And, that's kind of the challenge with showing us data. There's so many tributaries to what actually impacts the data that you're looking at that it's hard to really articulate. So Okay, so any more questions on this slide before I move to the next one? Okay, next, oh,
You can address this later, but I know you had a women's wing, right, out at Geiger. But then I think you've moved all the women downtown. But that's still, most of those women would be classified as eligible for Geiger.
so I just last week asked our classification unit, 29 of them would be eligible to go out to Geiger, but it would require 4 officers to go out and watch 29 of them. So it just operationally, it doesn't make sense to ship them all back out, or any portion of them back out to Geiger.
But 29 could be classified as being out there. Okay.
Yeah.
Out of how many?
Oh, here's, I forget the total
One
number.
24 today.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
For females, yeah.
Else?
Yes,
But down here, one guard can watch 46 individuals,
right.
as opposed
So-
to 4
Yeah.
for 29.
So they're 12-hour shifts out of Geiger. And so it'd be day and night, and they're alternatives. So it'd take 4 to watch those 29 on a separate floor.
It's not 1 for 46, it's how many,
'Cause you have different
same
shifts.
shifts, right?
Yeah.
We have similar shifts down here, we now have 3 8s.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, we have 12s now.
12. So it'd be,
212.
but it would be 4 supervising, how many, 100 and,
124.
124.
But on the male side,
Right.
it would be 2.
So out at Geiger, we have a different supervision ratio.
Yes.
1 to 64, right?
yes,
So you think about dedicating 4 officers or even 1 officer during their shift to 29 people, highly inefficient to do that, which is why the decision is to have them downtown. So if you had,
Sorry, go ahead.
if you had 64 plus, which were in that eligible category, then that kind of tips the scale to go back up to Geiger.
When were they moved?
I don't know the exact date, but I'll get it
Approximately.
for you. 2000,
2 years.
yeah, 2 years, so I think it was 2021 in that period.
And then did that have to do with the staffing overall?
Overall, staff
Correction
shortages,
officer.
moving officers around to get the best that we can for the downtown and minimize the overtime. But I'll make a note of that for you, Commissioner. Okay, so if you look at the next slide, this represents the felons. And so you'll see on the felony line that it goes, before it actually crosses the line, it actually goes out to, just a second, let me get my notes here back around. April of 2031. So if we were only housing felonies and we weren't taking into consideration all the elements of the yellow line, this trend would go on out to, all the way out to 2031 before it crossed the jail level. And then you have to start making decisions again about whether or not they're Geiger eligible or what have you in order to use up the capacity up to 915. Okay. Next slide. Oh, I'm
Sorry, but just to clarify though, you said some felonies can be classified to be at
Yeah.
Geiger.
Mm-hmm,
Okay,
yeah.
so
What I-
just by showing that separately doesn't necessarily, I mean,
It
did you
does.
take that into consideration?
It does, because if you look at the felon and the felon doesn't qualify out there, it's important to know when it crosses over the downtown jail line. And then you've got to make considerations, who's eligible to go out to Geiger. So it could impact the amount that could go out there. And then it also could impact the operational look at it and whether or not it makes sense to move them all out, any portion of them. So it makes you, it's nothing more than a decision point at that point, so. Yep.
I think, Mike, also part of this, the purpose of showing this, if Geiger becomes no longer a facility that we can use because we know the disrepair that it's in,
Yeah,
next time the boiler goes out there, we're gonna have some tough decisions to make.
that's true.
So if we didn't have Geiger in the play, this gives you an idea of, if we only had the downtown jail and we were just looking at the felons only, kind of where it starts to cross that downtown population line for capacity.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Can you remind me, I know you briefly touched on this, why, well, if you backed the beginning of the chart out, you know, like the other charts we were looking at, 10, 15 years, does that change how the projection looks?
well, we went back for 4-year look. I think we actually do have it all the way back, right?
Yeah, well, we haven't looked back to 2020. We can extend back, yeah, for sure.
I'm just curious, why'd you choose to start with 2019 on this projection? for
Going
this?
back pre-COVID, including the dip of COVID and then trending out forward.
I didn't hear the little pop
I got
over
some,
the
got some
lawnmower, I
mowing
think.
going on.
Mr. French, go ahead.
He froze up.
Mr. French,
He is frozen. He's deep in thought.
Thinking,
yeah, Commissioner French, it appears that you've frozen on our screen. Oh, there you are.
There he is.
You're back.
Hey,
no,
Hello.
oh,
There you go.
there you go.
You may want to turn off your video
Reiterate.
just to see if that helps.
Does that help any?
We can hear you better.
Okay, see you better. I just wanted to reiterate what Scott was trying to make a point about, is that we are one decision away from losing access to Geiger. And that decision maker is going to be in Washington, D.C., not in the state of Washington. And so, you know, look at these numbers from the standpoint that we're one decision away from being in that position. And what do? And you know, where do we end up putting the people that we cannot house? So just want to make sure that we don't let that point get away from us. Thank you.
and then also what I'm saying, if we still have Geiger, then it's a decision point of who's eligible to go out there, and it's an operational decision after that. Next slide, please. So this slide includes the felonies plus the gross misdemeanors. You can see by the trend line that we'll cross the line of the downtown jail in February of 2024. Which means, again, that we're going back to what we were just talking about earlier, whether or not we have Geiger as a facility, and two, of those, the folks that cross that line, they have to be eligible people to be crossed, once they do cross the line, to be housed out at Geiger. So it's a capacity. So if you're looking at it, the orange is bumping into the capacity of Geiger already. And so we have to make those decisions and make sure that we have eligible people to go out to Geiger. Questions on that one? Okay, next one. You stack on top of that the misdemeanors. You can see that we reached the point with the city misdemeanors, primarily city misdemeanors, and I'll show you in a diagram coming up. We crossed the point where we're making decisions about Geiger in April of 2023, like knocking on the door. So if those are eligible to go out there, and if we have the right characteristics of the folks going out there, that's where we could be in gross misdemeanor and a misdemeanor plus felons. And then the yellow line, as I said before, is all population and holds. Questions?
Essentially look at this as it's kind of a reverse buildup. Mike started with all of our population, which includes felons, gross misdemeanors, and holds for U.S. Marshals and DOC. And then kind of walked backwards to say, okay, how does each of those populations sort of get you to the overall yellow, which is our total population today?
Questions, Commissioner? Again, there's a lot of tributaries that go into this, and there's a lot of decision points along the way.
Just to clarify, the top green is an average, right, over 4 years
Eligible,
of actual, how many people are coming in who would be eligible
eligible to
under
go
the
out to
current
Geiger.
criteria?
Right.
Okay.
So that just kind of gives you again, this is just letting you know that there's going to be probably some decisions that have to be made on population moving forward, depending on what the characteristics of the folks that look like coming in on gross misdemeanors. And then also a question about the holds. With the current circumstance that we're in right now, we're deadlining at 6 of 2025. We're crossing over the line, even with the usable capacity of Geiger. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure, Mike, that kind of back to Commissioner Jordan's point, we're articulating this correctly. The 150 to 190 is where our eligible population to be at Geiger, we've been seeing. That's a post-COVID,
Post-COVID,
right?
yes.
So then it kind of reflects back to what Commissioner CUNY's point was, pre-COVID, we had more people out at Geiger because we were up in that 1,000 range. And so we were using our full complement of the wings out there at Geiger. So post-COVID is where that 150 to 190's been of our eligible population to be out at Geiger.
What's coming back through the door, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So next slide, please. So and I kind of put this together because I knew there'd be questions about it. Of the gross misdemeanor and misdemeanor population at both the Geiger facility and the downtown jail, you can see who the agency is that has the lion's share at Geiger, which is the Spokane City. The county has about the same. The Valley has about 22%, and then other cities 1%. And those are the charges, not felons, gross misdemeanors and misdemeanors that are out of Geiger. And the reason that I put that there is because this is our discretionary population, if that makes sense, because we have to keep the felons for statutory responsibility. And if you look at the right-hand side, you can see also that the city makes up 61% of the gross misdemeanors and the misdemeanors downtown, followed by the county, and then these small pieces that you see on the right-hand side. Okay.
The US Marshals are not here, right?
U.S. Marshal, this is a gross misdemeanor or misdemeanor by the code.
But it's also, isn't it discretionary to take any of their folks?
Yes.
Regardless of charge level,
You're
right?
getting ahead of it.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. All right, I'll just wait to the end, sorry.
No, I appreciate your questions. That's fine. Okay, so if you look at what we've looked at based on the graphs, so there's a couple scenarios that you could go by. That's basically options that the board has before them. So the gross misdemeanors and misdemeanors and holds are obviously discretionary population because it doesn't fit within the part of it. And we're looking at what I had talked about earlier. You would include the gross misdemeanors and misdemeanors out of district court, the county function. We'd also include the ones that we provide law enforcement for per the contract. So those would be folks that we would continue to house in the jail. And then you'd look at the felons, which we're obligated to house. So everything else is pretty much, for lack of a better analogy, discretionary. So if you look at it, the city of Spokane, if we ended the contract with them, we would end the booking, their incarceration, and all their court-related functions. Other cities would be the same, except for the ones that we provide law enforcement to, and that would be in bookings, in incarceration, and all court services. The U.S. Marshal holds down to what I was thinking, and these are just options, the trial-ready ones that are ready to go to the federal court downtown, because it kind of, would help in that arena. The DOC, except limited to the ones that pose the most serious risk to our community, and public safety. So really what I'd be looking for probably moving forward is a combination of all those options and how do we arrive at what's best for our community and public safety. So all discretionary, as I said before, but I don't think it's an all in. I think it's more of a combination of those type. So what I asked in my last slide is allowing us to put together kind of a notice, letting all of our contract agencies know that we have some capacity issues on the horizon, and that we want to provide them with as much notice as we can that their population is subject to change, removal, even though it's covered in the contract. Each one of our contracts has that clause in there that we can remove them based on capacity. The contracting, master contract for the conforming contract, City of Spokane, the Valley, is 120-day notice for that. The other ones fit in the 6 month, 4 month ranges. So that would be something that I'd be looking for. And then I would ask after that is to form a committee or a group of these contracting agencies that we meet with to sit down and talk about possible solutions or combinations of bed stays moving forward. So those are just these are all options. And then I roll it back to Commissioner French, who requested I did it. Commissioner French, did I address the needs that you were looking for in this analysis, or is there more? Beyond.
Now, from my standpoint, this gives me a lot of the information I was looking for. And so I just, I think it's only fair for the other jurisdictions to understand what the consequences are and where we're heading, and that doing nothing is no longer an option. Thank you.
So no action today, just asking and informing and telling some of the options presented the data. Sounds like we have some follow-up data that we need to come back and circle with, but more of an informational today for everyone.
Sound like you had a question. Look like you had a question.
Well, yeah, I guess so. So in the bed usage by agency, because I'm just the one slide back, I'm trying to figure out, if we're gonna give notice, I mean, we're talking about notice on just the gross misdemeanors and misdemeanors.
That's the discretionary population that we have and the holds.
So,
Well, and the holds is what you're saying.
And the holds, yeah, that's discretionary population.
but like on this, like US Marshals is only 1%, so it can't be very, like, one person.
Correct, because it doesn't include the felons.
Okay.
This is only the gross misdemeanor and misdemeanor.
And I guess my other question is, how quickly is the federal court going through adjudicating their cases versus what we're doing?
I don't have that, I'll have to get that answer for you.
Very-
You know, Chris.
Very generally speaking, it's slower.
Okay,
That's based off my personal experience, being over there and working on cases at the federal level. That process, the federal process, just takes longer.
okay. And then it'll be interesting with the 13th judge, how Superior Court chooses to use that judge. Because then I thought during COVID, there was a judge pro tem that was funded by the state that I mean, there's been all these things to try to get people through faster, post-COVID, that I don't know how that's really working, how that really worked. Because I know Judge Marino, retired Judge Marino, came back as the judge pro tem for 6 months that the state was paying for, but I'm not. I mean,
Judge Clark is also
Clark,
helping out.
it's Judge Clark as well.
So that data would be really interesting to look at.
And that's why I'll come back. I think that's a good question. I'll come back and see what, if any impact, because I understand the 13th judge is going to be used for the civil side.
Well, there's a discussion.
I mean, I'm just assuming a
Deciding.
portion,
Yeah.
but
That's a discussion for the judges. is.
Well, it impacts the amount of staffing that needs to be provided for the judges directly. So if it's civil cases, our corrections officers generally don't go to the courtroom for that, but it would be an impact.
Are they telling you at this point in time what they think? I don't know if they've made the decision.
I don't know if they did, but it sounded from the previous conversation, they had some issues on the civil side as well, and they were looking to catch up the civil side of it too, so. And I haven't, Chris, I would defer to, I haven't heard anything whether they've decided how they're gonna appropriate that.
Not specifically, I've not either.
Yes, around felonies, this would probably be a question for Chris. What does state law say? Does it say that we are required to house them or we are required to cover the cost to house them? Say we're out of room, then what? Are we on the hook to just pay for the housing, or do we actually have to be the physical ones that do the housing of them?
So without having specifically looked into that issue, I believe if we need more space, we can contract for more space. We cannot contract for more space with a private entity, but I believe we can contract for additional space with neighboring counties.
Neighboring, yeah, and I don't believe there are any. I don't think Washington allows for like for-profit. I don't think there are any
Correct.
private
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
facilities like that.
If there are, they're federal.
Yeah,
They would have
but
to be federal only.
okay. Okay, so that is one option. If we're stretched, we don't actually have to house even the felonies in our facility. We just would be on the hook to pay for another facility to house them.
And the closest facility I'm aware of that may likely have beds, and Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's probably gonna be Benton County.
That's the one we've heard for years. Everyone says they have capacity, but I don't know if they still do.
I don't either, I don't even know if they still have contracted beds down there, I'd have to
Yeah,
check and make sure.
I'm not sure either.
Kootenai wouldn't be an option because it crosses the state line, but the other ones, no.
And I know like Lincoln and Stevens are pretty much at capacity.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And I know even down south, like Garfield closed their jail, I think Columbia County as well, and they're having to contract with Walla Walla County. And over Walla Walla, they're saying they're getting close to full up, so they've got to watch.
If you, kind of an example of this, you remember that about, I guess it's been about 10 years ago, King County actually removed all their misdemeanor population out of their jail, went to a felony only. The little cities, neighborhood cities, all moved their folks to Yakima and housed them at Yakima until the SCORE facility was built, and then they went back to the SCORE facility as a misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor. I understand they're taking felons now, but that's how it originally started, that over on that side of the mountains anyway.
So are we required with the holds? I'm trying to understand, does the RCW have any say then over the state or federal holds?
No.
So it doesn't matter if it's a felony or a gross misdemeanor or anything? Okay,
It's their responsibility.
okay.
And the contract, each one of the contracts have a provision in it that says, based on capacity, we'll continue to hold your business.
So I'm assuming they also have contracts with other facilities.
Yeah, but,
But I understand when
the courts
the
here,
majority of the Eastern Washington court cases are here in Spokane. So when they're getting close to trial, it certainly makes sense to.
and there's no for-profit, no private jails or holding facilities that would be available to them either, so.
So what was the 120-day timeframe? It's under one of the contracts.
So under the, we go back a
Is
slide.
it the city and valley contracts?
City to valley, yeah, medical, right.
180.
80 days, I'm sorry, 180.
180.
No, I thought I said
As we call our, kind of our master coalition, right? All of our city jurisdictions are all 180.
yeah, if I said 120, I
And
meant
180 days before what?
End of the term, end of any annual year.
Oh, to end the contract, you mean? Oh.
Yep.
So in terms of a notice, they are already on notice, you're saying, under their contracts about prioritization?
The city,
Yeah, the contracts have language about prioritization, but would not go into effect until we notice.
but I would want to notice them all. I mean, we're talking flexibility of the bed space that we have. And so it would be merely saying, you know, based on capacity, you may have to move some or all of your prisoners, you know, from the county jail.
If you've gathered anything through all of our discussions around the jail and the populations, it's a highly complex system, from types of charges to classifications towards eligible uses. I'd have you ponder a couple things, kind of building off what Mike said earlier today. So if you look at what our statutory responsibility is as a county, we have the responsibility to house felons, regardless of the jurisdiction within Spokane County that are arrested in. If you then take a look and say, well, our sheriff's department arrests misdemeanors in unincorporated, it would make sense that we house them in our jail versus send them somewhere else and pay for them. We're not statutorily required to house our misdemeanors in our jail. Then you go to the jurisdictions that the sheriff's department provides services to, which would be Spokane Valley, Deer Park, Medical Lake. I think those are the
I
three.
think those are three.
Again, not required to house them in our jail statutorily, but we would be placing a burden on our sheriff's department and then the general fund by having them transport them somewhere else. So that's another consideration. The other jurisdictions that have their own police departments, the City of Spokane, the Liberty Lakes, the Cheneys, the Airway Heights, that's fully, there's no obligation of the county hold their misdemeanor population. That has always been based on available space. And when we entered into contracts, we said, hey, we have space, you can contract with us. They could choose at any given time to send their misdemeanor population somewhere else, or we could notify them to say, we no longer have space for you. The DOC holds, I believe if I understand this correctly, are generally being arrested by our local law enforcement, I believe. So you're then also having to consider, do you not take DOC holds and then the arresting law enforcement agency has to transport them somewhere else? Or do you get really clear with DOC to say we can hold them for X number of days and then you've got to move them somewhere else? Then you look at the US Marshal population. Again, both DOC and US Marshals by contract not required to hold them. But with the US Marshals, I suspect Prosecutor Haskell, Sheriff Knowles would highlight the number of task force that we work with the US Marshals. And if there could be some implications if we were to say no more holding US Marshals with those working relationships. Which is kind of why Mike has looked and said, well, perhaps what we do is we say we can hold them if they're trial ready, X number of people for trial ready. So it's just, again, a lot of different moving pieces and parts, a lot of different decision points that has cause and effect relationships, but there is kind of a stacking on there. Felons, we have the responsibility. Misdemeanors, gross misdemeanors holds, that's space available only, and there's various notice provisions that we have to them. So even on the jurisdictions that our sheriff's department is providing law enforcement services to, there still is some impacts of it. Doesn't mean that we have to hold them here. It just means that we can, or we may choose not to. So that kind of captures and summarizes the potential paths forward for consideration.
And our district court. So anybody using.
Yeah,
our district court,
unincorporated,
yeah.
unincorporated, yeah.
say one more thing? I'm sorry. Goes back to Commissioner Jordan's question of why did we use this time period? This is really intended to be looking at our capacity challenges that we're having today. And I know when we were doing planning for our new regional jail system, we looked a lot longer period of time. And there were questions at the time raised appropriately. Is that the right time to look at, or do you look at a shorter time? We actually originally looked at just do the bottom trough of COVID. It's our lowest point. We've had changes in Blake decision. We've had the releases due to COVID. And so isn't that the most appropriate trend line? Well, it showed a steeper trend that we crossed some capacity challenges sooner. So we just intentionally went back and picked one of our higher watermarks, if you will, that included that precipitous drop to give kind of a, that 4-year trend line. There's no right, wrong way to look at that. We're trying to just give a general look. If we're looking at capacity right now, it's going to be facing us. It's facing us today, and it's going to be facing us in the next couple of years. Let's look at the most kind of closest picture that doesn't give the steep worst case scenario, but includes something that has a high point and a low point in there. So that's really the reason why we chose this particular time frame.
Again, a lot of moving parts, and I understand why there's confusion at times, because there's a lot to this stuff, so. Okay, anything else?
Not seeing any other questions.
No more questions in my head? All right, thank you for your time, I appreciate it. Oh, now to the exciting stuff, it's budget time. Yeah, count back and forth.
Welcome to the table, Randy.
What's that?
I said, welcome to the table.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go to your seat in the corner.
My seat in the corner. Al, what I'm handing out, I gave to Victoria last week, so you should have a copy of it. It just shows some changes in our budget. Chris, if you want one. So this is just kind of tying out to what our presentation for tomorrow night is going to be as well. There's some things in here that of course have changed, but I wanted to start today with tying out to what tomorrow's presentation is going to look like. The first column you see is our 9.5. This is when we first handed out the budget to you. We had projected revenue of $257,620,000, and we had projected expenses of $256,860 for a net positive $760,000. Since then, we've done some changes to our budget or to our revenue and expense estimates. For example, sales tax. Originally, when we put the budget together, I was thinking we were going to be about 2.9% growth for 23 and 24. Right now, I feel that's closer to 2%. I know I talked to Al, and I think STA is using 2.5, but with what I'm reading and we don't have the numbers yet, but what the state has come out with, potential numbers for this month, I think right now I'm thinking 2% is where we should be. So that would reduce our revenue estimate by about $1.4 million. And just on the asterisk down there, each 0.1% is $155,000. Sorry, Al.
Go ahead, Commissioner French.
Yeah, I just want to give you an update, Randy. Last week, we adjusted our number to 2% for sales tax.
Okay,
for STA. For STA.
All right, so this would tie in with what STA is then doing as well. some reason my phone thought it was supposed to take all my words and put them into a text. We also, the next item you'll see is a minus 341. That is just there's a plus and a minus. After we had put the original budget together, solid waste and the treasurer's office were working on moving the site attendants. Those are the people that collect the money out at the solid waste departments. They're moving them back to solid waste. So it's a reduction in our revenue at the general fund, but also a duplicate reduction of expenses. So that's a non-event. It basically just reduces spending authority, but it's just a change. The next four items in revenue are those one-time monies that we talked about that we were going to use for capital. The interest income from the special revenue and internal service funds, except county roads, we're estimating that to be about 4.1 million next year. Using the Monsanto settlement, 3.7. And then we had two fund balances that needed to go back to the general fund. One was the building fund that had been overpaid by the general fund, and also then the unemployment compensation. So that revises our revenue to 265,184,000. Originally, we started with expenses of 256,860. We know that 9.3 of that revenue that we had up above needed to go for one-time capital expenditures. So then I started looking at expenses, what could possibly happen, and I know some of these have changed already. For example, the judgment clerk, if you approve that, that would increase expenses by about $60,000. That's fully loaded. And I don't know if we had a decision on that yet, but I put it in there because that was a probable one. I've done nothing with the outside agencies, and that will be a topic we can discuss after this. You know, we had people that requested more. I know there were some things from the health district. I think their budget is getting closer to finalized. We had 2 million in our original budget. If it's 2.1, I'm going to need to add another 100,000 into this budget to cover that.
I think it's like 37,000.
37,000, okay, perfect. But we have some small tweaks coming, and I remember tuberculosis, we had 250 in the original, I had 290 in the original budget, and I think you were saying we might have to go to 350 for that. So we'd need to have another 60,000 in expenses there. The sheriff's office, the reason that's grayed out, this was just a placeholder. This took them back down to last year's budget based on the presentation today. If you are going with today's presentation, that number is 100,000, too much of a decrease because the sheriff said we really need 660 versus last year's 560 versus what they originally had in the budget, which was around $1 million. So I will need to adjust that.
And before this morning's presentation, I had asked Randy to remove all the excess travel beyond what last year's budget was. That's why the 462 is sitting in there today.
NAFCare, after.
So just a second, so that's to be clear, so based on what the sheriff's office said, it would be a negative.
It'd be 360, a negative 362 off the original budget. So the sheriff's office today said he needed 660, which is so originally his budget was 462 more than last year. 660 is 100,000 more than last year. So the difference off the original budget would be 362. NAFCare increase. I know Bryce gave a presentation when detention services came in. He made the assumption that the current contract, which is $4.6 million for 6 months, and then because we're mid-year, we're out for an RFP, then he did a 15% increase, came up with his total of, I want to say forgot the total. But we are currently not running fully staffed on that contract, so we are paying less than the 4.6 right now anyway. I know we have some room in there. I've put in 300,000. Some of the people that they are short, we also lose revenue, so I can't use all of the shortage. An example, the contract was worth $9.2 million, and for the last year, we've spent 7.8 million. So there's a gap in there. So I've taken some of that out. Also, in the Geiger lease, when the detention presented that, they had assumed a 23% increase based upon cost of living. I spoke with Commissioner French, and he figured that that lease would probably only have a 5% escalator. So that would save $60,000 out of expense as well. So that is a positive budget adjustment. And then for capital expenditures, we had the 9.3 of one-time revenue, and I just put the remaining amount. So there was another $127,000. So that brought capital to 9.4 to give the balanced budget at this time. Now, of course, there's other things you need to discuss that could change those numbers, such as we know the sheriff's office, if you do the 660, that's going to increase expenses by 100,000. If you do outside agencies, whatever you change there, that will be a change. We've had other expenses that we found out, as we get closer to year end, we learn more from outside agencies. For example, Martin Hall, we had budgeted a number of $215 per night. We late last week received their letter, and the costs are going to be $220 per night. So that is going to increase our budget by, got it on $10,000. Not a big hit, but again, it's a small tweak we know about. Somewhere I lost my cheat sheet of paper, but so we've got some other little changes we know we're going to have to make. So this is where we're at right now. This is what will be, these are the 265 million is what's going to be in tomorrow night's presentation. But now, if we could start talking about other changes that we want to make before our next presentation on November 7th. So we could incorporate those into the next presentation. This is a building process, as we say. We know these numbers aren't final. They will keep changing. Anticipate that up till possibly December 4th.
So the other with the outside agency, WASAC, we're continuing to refine our budget.
Okay.
And there may be a little bit more that comes to the county. So it will not be finalized until mid-November.
Okay. I also, last Friday, I believe it was, got a letter from Auditor Dalton on Waco. That is going up by an additional $5,000. Now, I know you would like me to allocate that out to those departments. So what I will do is I could move the 73,000 of budget we had in here. I can move that out to those departments and allocate that bill to them in 2024. That way they will have it in their budget since they didn't know about it, but then we will have it there for them in the future also to allocate on their own. If you would like me to do that this year versus next.
I think so, because it's for each of the independent electeds that are, it's for the prosecutor,
Prosecutor,
treasurer,
auditor,
and clerk.
and ME, right? Or does our ME not go to that?
I think so.
Because Waco would be the prosecutors, the clerks, assessors, auditors, treasurer. And I know they do MEs also. I just don't know if our ME is coroners. They do
Okay.
coroners.
I
And we don't
had-
have an elected coroner, so.
No, I had years ago at one of the WASAC meetings, there were some folks there from Waco, and apparently the coroners and the MEs are, there's some tension there. There's the.
Coroners are elected.
Correct.
Elected versus
correct.
professional, is
When-
what you're saying.
Yes, sometimes there's a little rub between the two
Okay, got it.
organizations.
So I will, I'll work with Vicky and other people that are members of Waco and work on getting that split out. Work with Larry too, and just make sure they have the budget in there. And then next year, when we pay that bill, we will allocate it to them. Okay, so I'll get that taken out. I'll add, so 37,000 you said for health district, it sounded like.
Yes.
I think he's right.
37.
I thought it was closer to 4 something when I asked Kim the other week.
I think Mary's right. The 37, I think Mary's right.
So 2,037,000 for
Two
the
million-
general support.
2,071,000 was what she told me on Friday. And then,
That's a new
and
number.
then I mean, I'm not on the budget committee, that's why I was just asking her what was going on directly, and then she said, I thought that the TB program was going up to like 400,000, but I'm trying to.
I know the last time, it was, I think in September when I think Commissioner Cuny made the comment that TB was going up. I know we had run historical numbers and they were actually lower than 22, but I then got the September bill and it was much higher. So I don't know if you want 350, if you want 400 in this budget.
What she sent me on Friday was 403,122 for TB. Because they're going from 1 to 2 full-time nurses for the program. Because of the increase in the cases. So I was just asking her what the latest was, because at the last board meeting, some of the numbers hadn't been updated in the spreadsheet.
Making sure I didn't give you my little cheat sheet, no? Okay. I had a little sheet that I was keeping notes on. Well, Jason will take good notes for me. Oh, here it is right there.
But we have our board meeting Thursday, so.
Okay. Yeah, if you could let me know after that board meeting what you would like in there for TB and also general support. I will get those changes in as we're making the presentation for November 7th. As far as the outside agencies, I don't know if everybody, I know Tessa had sent out something. This is just for, I printed it out just so that, let's see, I think I have enough copies here. This is where we are currently at. This is a spreadsheet we had sent out a few weeks ago, just kind of the history on the outside agencies and what was in the current budget. So for WASAC, I'll leave that blank. I know, Mary, you said it'll probably be mid-November before we have that number. Do you think, should I put a different percentage in there versus flat, or should I just hold off until
I know it's
November?
at least 6%. It could be a little bit more. We're
Okay.
trying to figure out the budget based on King County being part of it or not,
Okay.
and what that means. And so,
I could build 6% in for now then.
so the board, at the last board meeting requested that, and we'll be discussing it tomorrow morning,
Okay,
doing a King County, with King County in, we're doing 3 budget options. King County in, King County at half dues, and King County with no dues. So if it's no dues, we're gonna have to raise the other counties a little bit
all right.
more.
So that's WASAC. The next item on the list is the children's waiting room. I believe they were one of the requests for additional monies. I know Tessa sent everyone an email with, it's in your book, it's under tab, if you have your book or electronically, it's under tab 20. Also, Tessa sent an email on Monday the 16th that included all those outside agencies asks. So the children's waiting room, they were asking for 101,000 this year. That's up from 83,000 that they had last year.
Where do they get the rest of their funding?
I personally do not know. But we can ask that question and find out, and you can bring that back before you make a decision. Again, we will be meeting again in 2 weeks on the 6th, where we could finalize this.
I think that's what's in there as sort of the estimate of their cut of the sales tax.
Is that,
We're not cutting the PDA's direct fundings for those amount. Those are just sort of placeholders.
Those are placeholders,
Yeah,
yes.
for the estimate of how much sales tax, incremental sales tax they get.
50 is the only firm number for the university PD.
I did get a Teams message. Waiting room is donation based from jurors who donate their $10 a day of jury pay.
Somebody's listening in.
Thank you, Victoria.
Oh, Victoria.
And then again, we may not make a decision on that one today. We have the consultant in there that's locked down through next year, so that one's solid. The Chase Youth Commission, I don't think they had any, do they? No. So did we want to do that again?
Has anybody been assigned their Chase Youth buddy yet this year? I haven't either. This is really the first one.
They did request 40,000 for this year, excuse me, I was wrong.
but in the Lake litigation assessment, I think that's through WASAC as well. I'm not sure,
When we get the WASAC numbers, that may go away, I'm not sure.
well, it may go up, we're,
Right.
we're doing other lawsuits, so.
That'll be part of your, that's part of your total WASAC, so. Yeah. Will that be part of what you guys decide by mid-November, what all the breakdowns are for all
Right.
those things, right?
Correct.
Sorry.
So that's why I'm not sure that that's separate.
Okay.
Usually comes in with the whole amount, but, okay,
Sure.
yes.
Did you also mention in a recent meeting that there may be some broadband contribution support for WASAC? Did I hear that correctly?
That is out of, Broadlink is doing
Okay,
that.
got it.
So that is not through
Not through the county.
the county. Yes, so other counties, well, everybody's kind of putting in, there's a proviso in the governor's budget for next year. That would help with policy advising and different things for counties. So in the meantime, to try to get somebody on board, is we'll be looking to contract. And so several of the counties are putting dollars towards that through WASAC. But WASAC will be invoicing directly, and I think for us, it's directly to Broad Lake.
So it won't
So
hit
it
us.
does not hit the general fund.
That's what we call that, broadly meeting.
I have a question.
Yes.
On the children's waiting room, it looks like it was 77,000 in 2021, then up to 120 in 22, then back down. What's
What
going on
happened
there?
is there was your vendor changed. And when I looked back at the history, it looked like the old vendor was paid 100% and then the new vendor was paid for 1/4. So there was a duplication of pay in that year. I'm not sure if one was overpaid. I didn't go that far into it, but that was the old vendor was at 77.7 and then the children's waiting room came in at 83,000, but they came in partway through 2022. There was something strange in there in that. I know we probably need further looking on it, but I did not there yes. Might be hard to get blood out of the turnip too. So.
Question.
Yeah.
So this list has these are all groups that were funded previously?
These are all groups that were funded previously.
Okay.
You can add additionals to here. I know we had one new request, which would have been from the Inland Northwest AGC apprenticeship. Head Start to there was a Head Start to Construction trade that requested was $100,000. The other, we Chase Youth, as I said, had put in a request for 40. Pre-employment preparation program put in a request for 25. The MAC put in a request for 25 again this year. And those details, like I said, they're on Tessa's email that she sent out. I believe that was the 6th. And then the other application was the children's waiting room, where they had asked for basically 101,000. I just it's like 100,000. But those were the 5 requests that we had for additional funds.
Commissioner French.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So on the I-90 Aerospace Conference Expo, did you roll that money into the other miscellaneous item? Because we did contribute to that this year.
Is that under the Innovia Foundation?
No. That's down at the very bottom. I-90
Yes.
Aerospace.
It is under the other miscellaneous, Al. I will break that out.
Okay, thank you, because we did give it to them this year, and with the designation now for the tech hub and everything, it would be inconsistent for us to not do that. Okay, thank you.
Question. So what's that other miscellaneous dues or expos? That includes several things now under one area.
Chamber dues. Al, the aerospace is down lower on the bottom of that spreadsheet.
It's under the chamber dues.
It's under the chamber
expos.
dues one.
Right, but it's not.
I didn't break it out because we hadn't paid it yet.
I think what he's saying is under the 2023, there's nothing, it just,
Or 20.
It's in the 9,000 of miscellaneous. It'll come out of that for 23.
Okay,
And that's where we would need to designate it for 24 as well. So I can pull those out and put it in there as if we are going to do that again, I'll just pull that out of the miscellaneous.
Yes.
okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure we got it, that's all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the 1770.
I'll reduce that by
17,700.
2,500 and move the 2,500 up to the I-90 Aerospace Conference and Expo.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is,
But
that is before it gets designated to specific
Right.
places, or it's not designated, it's available for next year. So this is an exercise of going through and do you want to designate some of that 1770 to specific things? As Commissioner French just called out, and anything that's not designated is just remainder that has an opportunity to spend against.
For example, Ignite Northwest, we gave to them in 2022. We budgeted and have given to them in 23. Do we want to budget for them again in 24 at $7,500? If so, that would come out of the 17,700.
So Al, yeah, I'd ask you on that one, Ignite Northwest, because it's like, I haven't seen them do as much as they had in the past, kind of, they were doing it kind of with COVID, coming out of COVID. I don't know what they're doing.
You ask a good question, Madam Chair, and I guess I'm not sure either and stuff. So I don't know whether that is a revisit with Tom Simpson or, but I agree with you. I'm not sure what they've done this last year.
So for now, we could leave it in the miscellaneous and you can make a decision later on.
Yeah, and then I'm kind of feeling that it may go away. Because if we're gonna have some others that need to go up, you know, so we're not gonna
Sure.
have enough funding to do everything that we've, you know, there's gonna be the stuff we need to have to do. So I don't know that we have, you know, additional capacity, so.
You're right.
Is tomorrow night's hearing just an overall where we are on the budget to date?
It was overall as of where we were as of Friday, as of Thursday of last week, so yes. So what we're talking about today won't make the presentation for tomorrow night, since we had to send that out.
But we aren't
in advance.
presenting on, we're just presenting on
It's,
the assumptions that we've been working under,
yes,
but not discussing other revenue options.
well, it's
Okay.
it's going to be over the first sheet I handed out. So those are the expenses that will be rolled into tomorrow night's presentation. Tomorrow night's just talking about expense side,
Okay, that's what I was getting
so
at.
it's gonna be talking about the
And then we're gonna have
200s.
another thing talking about revenue later.
We will have one on November 7th that is wrapping the total budget, which talks about general fund and all other funds.
Capital and, okay.
Essentially, the way those public roundtables forums have been is the commissioners have been presented information up to date on revenues and expenses. And it's really sharing those with the public. So it's not decision points for the commissioners to be making. It's more of just, hey, public, kind of here's where we're at so far with revenues we did a couple weeks ago, expenses we're doing now. And then as you continue to make decisions on our budget, we'll get into a final, well, it won't be final, but we'll get to a kind of where we're at on November 7th, overall revenues and expenses. It's really a chance for more of the public to weigh in, ask questions on it.
So Prairie Spokane, you know, by NW Foundation, I mean, that has been happening for years. So the same $5,000, because it's for two. But I don't know why it's not in 21 and 22, because I know it's been happening since I've been commissioner since 2017.
I didn't see an actual, but Jason will check that out. Just writing it down for you for sure.
So I mean, it's just so you know, I mean, it's just
Yes,
something
thank you.
that's been ongoing since before I became commissioner. I think when Prairie Spokane first got established. So I just don't want it to seem like it was something new that popped up recently, because
Sure,
it's been ongoing.
And I'm assuming like unity in the community, that would probably happen again. Right now, it's sitting down in miscellaneous. It's again, things where you can move money around. You know, you've done the bike swap the past few years. Again, it's right now just all sitting under miscellaneous unless you wanted to make a decision now that you are committing to those. Or you can commit to them later in the year as groups come forward.
And I think it's better, especially the ones that we've historically done, to just commit to now versus, because otherwise they need to know if they lose, like for the bike swap, they're at the fairgrounds, we've committed to it. I just feel like if we
I will put those in there
move
again.
it, because otherwise it seems like we've got a lot of miscellaneous, and I could see us spend that and then not have the funds left to do the things we've done.
Best to name them in here.
Yeah.
So that when the group comes, we know it's a budgeted line item that the commission's made a decision on.
I will make those changes to this sheet.
Chair. So Randy, I did find the email from Tessa, the 16th it was sent out.
Oh, 16th,
Not the
I'm sorry.
6th. I was looking at the 6th and I was
I'm
getting
sorry,
very
I
confused. It's
misspoke
okay.
there.
It's all right, I found it.
You're
So-
correct, the 16th.
So what you chose to do in this is just put anything that was last year,
Yes,
but you didn't put any of the new applications
That's
or,
correct.
or
That's correct.
proposals for additional funds.
that is correct. It did
Okay.
not do, just started with last year's and
Okay.
so you have 5 applications. Yes, it was, I'm sorry, the 16th at 1:33 PM. It's her email.
Amy found it for me. She's fast. Okay, so, because what you said is that Head Start to Construction asked for more, so did the
Yes.
waiting room, and then there was an additional application from the pre-employment
That is correct.
program. Okay. So we just need to consider those,
That's correct.
but it won't be included in what's presented to the public tomorrow night.
That is also
Okay.
correct. Will not be in those numbers. It would be rolled into your presentation on the 7th. Well, potentially, depends on when we make that decision. We'll have to button up the 7th late next week, so really fast.
So like the children's waiting room,
Yes,
going from 83,000 to 100,000
right.
is,
That's $17,000 increase or $18,000.
right. Since they're the provider, can you say no? It seems like you. I don't know
Yeah, I
how
don't
the
know.
contract works, so I guess.
I will review the contract and get back to you, and maybe I'll just move that to the 101 they requested. But I don't know.
Seems like it's kind of what it is.
I will pull that contract so we can review them.
So in the Chase Youth, they haven't raised their rate. You said they went to 40 from 37.
They requested 40 from 37, yes.
It's been 37 for several years, so. What's our timing? Do we have still?
Looks like Vanessa Behan is saying that they served over 500 in 2022, and they're serving more this year because they are able to do under 2 years of age, which the previous contractor was not, and also serving a variety of different types of families. Oh, I don't know what they meant. Sorry, that's something else. Anyway, they're anticipating to do over 650 children, but it would be good maybe to follow up to find out, is that because of the children under age 2 that they can now serve or what have you? So it'd be nice to see, like, to date, how many they've served in 2023. Because it probably is higher, but,
Looks like they're projecting 650.
oh, based on when they put in this application for this year. Okay. Which was what, a couple months ago, they submitted this, August.
I think the more important question is what does the additional $17,000 allow you to do that you couldn't do without it. I mean, I think it's more than that. I mean, it's more, I think, in my mind, that's the important question. I mean, we know they do good work. Can you continue to do the good work without that extra $17,000? So, and I don't know if they can. I mean, that's,
Contractor to come in, so,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, and if they say that, if they say, sorry, without it, we're gone, then clearly that 17 is really important.
And I'm
so.
sure most of it is, looking at their budget, that's at the end of their thing, most of it is salaries and benefits, payroll expenses. I mean, it's,
Going up.
you know, minimum wage has gone up, next year is going up to $16.28 an hour. So they're staffing at 2.25 FTEs.
So I guess, can you reach out to them just to ensure that that's,
We will,
I mean, yeah, sadly, the cost of
because they don't have a lot of other expenses in their budget. They're assuming 32,000 of donations from jurors, so.
So the total cost is 133.
133,000, right.
So jurors are asked to give a donation based on their,
Jurors have the ability to, instead of get their $10, they
they
can
give it.
just donate it.
Right.
And so they're budgeting 32,000 of donations for next year from jurors.
And if it comes in lower, or if this is, they probably have to have the staffing just in case, so. Okay. So it just seems like with
We'll reach
other,
out to Vanessa Beaton
yeah,
on that.
with other things going up. So AGC, I mean, I think we talked to them earlier about coming in if they needed more money, but I don't know that we have more money to give. Just on our budget. So, just kind of looking down, because everything else seems to kind of be where it's at. So the Sparks Weekend sponsorship down under the Chamber of Duty transfers. Al, do you know what the Sparks Weekend sponsorship,
That's another Ignite.
was that another
I believe.
night that
I think that's
they did last year? I don't know. I mean,
I think it did happen recently.
It did, we didn't have it as a separate line item budget, but you guys did, vote later on and pay for that, and it was $1,000.
I think I saw some social media stuff recently that it happened, I believe.
I was gonna reach out to Thompson, see if I know what's going on.
I can reach out to them.
Because I think in my mind, they just haven't, I haven't seen them as big a presence. So, I mean, I would kind of choose to reduce, I mean, because we did it during COVID is when we added them. If I remember in there to kind of help, but I would think that that would be an area we could step back on because it's.
It actually looks like it's coming up in November. I think I've seen the pre-social media, so, but I can reach out.
Okay, but, because I'm happy to do that sponsorship, but maybe not look at the $7,500. Just with other things going up, that, you know. And then the additional applications that we got,
The new one this year would have been the PPP.
PEP.
Yeah, the PEP.
And I'll just say on that one, I mean, I think they had come and asked us for funding in the past. We didn't because it was kind of a duplication of what AGC was already doing for us. So keeping AGC the same, I would be interested in doing additional funding for PEP. That's me.
I agree with you.
I would support it, just for the record. I see it as complementary, given the issues we have with workforce. Personally would like to see us support one run by the AGC and one that's more union driven. And I think they both seem to be great programs. I was just looking at the applications and I think they both have success. The PEP program seemed to have a higher number of folks that they were actually feeding into apprenticeships. So personally, I'd love it if we could find the 25,000 to do both.
I agree.
Commissioner French?
Well said. Ditto.
Yes?
So we're talking about that since we're running out of money here, AGC
Yeah.
for more, and we said we probably are gonna say no. In my mind, it's like we don't have the money to add more to the program. And then PEP came in, the pre-apprenticeship program that, remember when Ozzy and Judith came in a couple of years ago, that's that program, and we said no at that time because it was duplication of, and we weren't sure enough funding. So Commissioner Jordan and Commissioner Waldorf would like to see us do the additional $25,000 for PEP. I'm saying no, because I have the same feeling that I had before, that it's a duplication, and we don't have the additional funding.
And I stated that I agree with Commissioner CUNY.
And I agree with Commissioner CUNY.
So we won't be funding PEP this year. So then have we gone through everything
Yep.
here?
I think that takes me,
And then Al too, Commissioner Jordan is gonna talk to Tom Simpson on Ignite and Sparks Weekend sponsorship. Because I think we'd like to continue to do the Sparks Weekend sponsorship, but maybe not be doing Ignite any longer, because it was kind of a COVID help them.
Yeah, I think something modifying that request is probably appropriate. Just, I don't want to just continue funding it just because we were. I want to see outcomes and stuff. So I would support, taking another look at that.
And then I would also, on the chambers, I mean, we haven't had the West Plains Chamber hasn't come in and talked to us. So at this point, I'm in the process, I'm thinking we just keep everything the same as it was last year. Again, because we know we're short on funding. So to be adding more funding, I think.
Yeah, so I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair, but I thought we were going to ask each one of the chambers to give us a list of their membership and or their outreach or some kind of metric measure how effectively they were functioning. Are we still doing that, or have we done it, or did we plan doing it, or are we just going to continue with what we've got?
I think at this point we may just continue with what we've got. I think we had talked about.
I'm just asking. Okay.
So I think we had the chambers come in and talk about what they were doing earlier in the year, because we've seen the West Plains and the Valley and GSI. But so I think that we'll have to put that on the list for next year to see what they're really doing. I know, like we just helped with the manufacturing sponsorship dinner with the Valley Chamber. That does the manufacturing awards for the year. that's separate than GSI. So that's part of what additional we got with the Valley Chamber. But we can certainly put that on Jeff McMorris's list, if Jeff's listening. Is Jeff on?
I think one other question for Jeff too, if I may, is on the Advantage Spokane website. That looks like it's an every other year thing. Do we need that 13,024?
Let's add that.
I think it's a continuous, right?
I
We're
thought it was
paying into
continuous
the
every year. I think it was
support
initially
of
it was a big ask when they were developing the website, but now that it's developed, I think it's just an ongoing.
I think to that point though, with Advantage, we need to make sure on our end that we're keeping the Spokane County
Right,
page
that's right.
updated, dynamic, and changing.
So that would be on Pat, but I see Jeff has joined us. So Jeff, Commissioner French was stating that we did ask about having the chambers kind of talk about what
The other Jeff.
kind of what we get for the money, you know, and so like with the West Plains is only at 2,000, Deer Park's only at 2,000, Valley's higher, you know, kind of what their membership is, what their outreach is, that kind of thing.
That was requested, the board requested that during their presentations when they each came through. I have not received any follow-ups unless it went directly to one of your offices. I have not received it.
So maybe we'll have you follow up with the chambers
Happy to follow up.
for really more for next year. I don't know that it's gonna, we're running out of money this year, so kind of keeping people where they're at. But then, saying on the, and then on the Advantage Spokane website, that we need to make sure, so this is more of a Pat Bell situation, to make sure that we're keeping that website up to date, our link to it.
Correct.
So-
That's on our side to keep it updated. We have asked them historically for how many hits it's receiving. We did reduce our contribution 2 years ago. I believe it was 17.5 and it went down to the, I thought it was 12.5, it shows 13 here. And you guys have talked about reducing that in the past, even more.
I think 13 is what they asked for. I don't think that was our decision to reduce it to 13. I think that's what they said the cost was 13. I don't think we've given them less than they've asked for the ongoing maintenance of the website.
I thought it was,
Well, I think 1 year it was 25 and that was sort of the upfront to get it going. Then I think it was 17, then it's down to 13, but I think GSI has been the one that's backed that dollar amount down, not us.
I thought it was during your discussions around everything that was included with our membership a couple of years ago, since we pay, 3 times what a normal visionary is, that you had requested that, but maybe they just come out organically from them.
So,
It is an annual fee.
okay. I think we'll leave it as it's separate because it's for a separate purpose than what the normal GSI purpose is. Okay, any other questions or comments on this? Otherwise, there's gonna be several that are just waiting for like WASAC for us to get the final numbers. A few other questions like with Vanessa Behan, but so I guess that one is on the Chase Youth Commission going from 37, they've requested 40. I'm inclined to go to the 40 just because it's been 37 for a long time.
And if we're able to save on the Ignite,
Yeah,
that more than covers it.
not until we get to the health district.
I'd say it
You're
covered
still-
everything.
You're still over
It
with.
just covers that one.
So anyway, so I think unless there's anything else, do you have
I'm
direction?
good. I'm good enough with direction on that one.
Okay. That way we don't have to come back to it,
Exactly.
other than when numbers are.
I'll
finalized.
just update you with numbers on what Vanessa V. Henry came back with, and just let you know that. Look at that. The only other, I guess, the other thing that I had for today was to start capital discussion. Unless you have any other expenses in the general fund you wanted to look at or ask questions on for us to bring back to you as possible savings, or things that needed to go the other way that you could think of. Okay. So this capital sheet has been updated. It now starts with the $9.4 million that you see in the first sheet I handed out, 9427. And this is just a suggestion of where you may want to grab capital expenditures from, what buckets of money, whether they be grant funded, interest income, REIT, or they're coming out of our 9.427 million of general fund monies. Again, there's no way we will meet all of the capital requests, but there's a number of them we can. On the first page, the scraps expansion, I think that is still too green as to what's going to happen, if it's even going to happen in 24. So we are not recommending allocating any money to that project for 24. For the clerk's office, it's really more maintenance stuff.
Sorry, which one?
The animal control scraps expansion on the first page. First one, 1.5. We're not recommending allocating any money to that. Primarily because I don't think it's even going to happen in 24. So let's not tie up money on a project that's probably not going to go off. The clerk of Superior Court, you look in their binder, you will see where they had added that. These really are just some, the microfilm reader is a true capital expenditure. It's over the 5,000. The other two are really just maintenance items. So we recommend that we do all of that for the clerk's office. Unfortunately, they still use microfilm up there. And they need to read it, and their reader is going out. So it's microfilm? Yeah, exactly. I used to use it in college.
Seen it in a
And that's really old.
You guys saw it in a
Not
movie.
what we used to use in college. Right?
Black and white.
Really old. Detention services. They had a 1.8 million of ask. $1 million of that is for the jail module remodels. As last year, we had allocated 900,000 to them for those module remodels, and they were not able to do them this last year because of jail population, and they just couldn't move the people around to actually do it. We don't anticipate that the population will get any better for 24, so we're recommending not allocating $1 million to that piece of their request, but to do the rest of them. Again, this is deferred maintenance to that jail. It's stuff that should be done, but based on the population and their capacity, we don't see that. Even if you allocated it to them, that we don't think it would get done anyway. So, and that's from Mike Sparber.
So as we were talking vehicles earlier, so the transport vehicles kind of, I guess I would like more information on that.
Is that replacing, or is this to purchase additional?
I believe.
And I don't need an answer now. This is stuff
No,
you
I
come back
understand. I
with.
was just gonna see if I had it in your book.
Okay.
But if not, we will ask that question and get that for you.
And what is this, copy machines? How many? Is that, I would think you could get a lot of copy machines for $25,000. What?
For like $10,000.
What? No, well, we're buying too nice copy machines then.
expensive.
Those big ones are like 2 or 3 a piece, aren't they? Depends who you get them from.
I don't think so.
They're not cheap anymore.
I mean, the big copy machines, aren't they like 10,000 each?
Oh, easily.
Yeah, see.
They're indicating 2 to 3
I had the
in
same
their.
thought.
Yeah,
2 to
they're-
3.
They're indicating 2 to 3 in their
Yeah.
budget request or capital request.
Because they normally do as a capital lease because.
I
we're
was
so
just gonna say,
expensive.
should we start leasing them instead?
The
Uh,
copy machines, as I understand, has been very
It's a racket.
scattered. We don't have like
They're-
one
We're not
contract
no,
to manage them across the county.
no,
Each department manages them differently.
but
It's always
they're,
something that's-
10 to 15 is a good range, I would say, for a new copier. Depending again on how much volume you're running through it, what's your speed. It's also gonna depending, hopefully it's black and white and not color, because color costs a lot more to run, of course. Transport vehicles.
It looks like, if I'm reading correctly, it's a 2, 1, and 1 purchase of their vehicles. So 2 in 24, 1 in 25, 1 in 26, 1 in 27, if it's a replacement plan.
Basically, on their 100th, they use them about 100,000 miles, 5 years. So this is a revolving replacement, as Scott said. 2, 1, 1, 1, and they're gonna go back to 2, 1, 1, 1. So it's a revolving, a 4-year cycle for their 5 vehicles. So much like the same mileage that we saw from the sheriff's office this morning. About 100,000 miles, 5 years, 100,000 miles.
And what are they transporting, I guess that's, transports are from here, so I guess, I don't know what type of vehicles are any up there.
It's a van.
13
Those
person van.
white vans.
To and from other jails, between counties oftentimes. Sometimes at the state line, when we're picking up people, because our detention officers can only go within our state for transport. They can't go out of the state.
So Kittitas, Whitman, places like that they go. But we can ask them to get a more detailed list of what those vehicles are, what mileage they're at. But it looks like they're 13-person vans or 14-person, 13 inmate capacity vans.
I think that one probably needs a little more work.
Okay.
Unlike the sheriff's department, they probably are or should be driving them similar to how we drive our vehicles. So I don't think 100,000 is too much.
Yeah.
So
So we'll get current fleet statistics for you, so you know what they are, what the mileage is, age, things like that, what the range for repairs.
Mr. French?
The other thing we might want to check into is STA is surplusing vans every year that they use for band pools. And I'm just wondering whether, they clearly don't reach the end of their life before they're surplus. They're surplused on a schedule based upon federal funding. So that might be something we ought to look at and see if we can kind of repurpose some of those vans.
yeah,
That is a good idea.
If you're a recipient, you get the vehicle for free, but then, there's no warranty or anything, so that there may be some sort of retrofitting of them,
Probably have
but,
to retrofit from a safety standpoint.
but at this cost of what we're buying these for, it could still, I think, easily be cheaper going the STA route,
change the logo too, you think?
if you want to.
Give it a new wrap.
And I know sometimes STA has challenges. I don't know if it recently, but I know previously surplusing, because a lot of like nonprofits and such would love to have vans, but they don't necessarily have the drivers, right? The qualified and the insurance that goes along with it. So even though they're a great thing to have, unless you have the funding to pay the driver to, like, you know, cart kids around after school or something, it can be a challenge. So this one, we actually have the staff to be able to drive the vans.
Well, and we could charge the inmates for the ride too.
Okay, so I think we're done with jail. Under facilities, the second item there, it's showing a balance way on the far right, but that is where Jeff had some ARP monies that if we needed to, we could use that. And again, this is just, if there is one, we have no idea, so.
Commissioner French?
Yeah, so I've been meeting with folks with a couple of school districts as well as Eastern State Hospital. And there seems to be a coalition of folks that is starting to coalesce around the idea of, you know, state, if you want us to do this, you pay for it. And so I'm just wondering if this might be one of the things we kind of reach out to some of our other, partners, the school districts, including state institutions, saying as part of our legislative ask for next year, hey, you come up with the money. This is your idea. You come up with the money. School districts say they're going to get hammered with this.
And the Clean Buildings Act, the green.
Yeah, the Green Buildings Act. Yeah, they've got schools they just finished and that don't meet the standard. And so now they're going to have to go back retrofit, but they don't have any access to money to do it because the bonds have already been exhausted.
Right.
And my apologies, I was supposed to add a column for bonds. My thought on the Green Building Act, if we don't get payment from the state, is that we should see enough energy savings to be able to basically borrow the money to make the repairs, and then use our energy savings to pay back that debt service. Based on the preliminary numbers we are seeing, that's what we anticipate we could do, which just means it would not reduce we would see energy cost reductions in our general budget, but we would then use that savings to pay back the debt to get this project completed. And we'll need to add that column in there. My apologies for that.
So if we did that, that would basically pay for itself.
Yes.
As far as next year's concerned.
Yes. Fair and Expo, I would probably have one more item I need to add to their ask, because based on their presentation, I think they had something between showers and fire suppression, and I forgot to add that in here. But next year, we do receive 1.273 million, which is going to be for the credit enhancement from the PFD. That can only be used by the fairground. Originally, they had requested fire suppression, I think, to 25 or 26 in their original ask. Based on this, we could actually move that up if they are ready to 24, because we will have that extra money coming in from that credit enhancement from the TFD. So we could actually move their projects up a little bit. We would have to use REIT to maybe finalize the second project, but we could move it up and avoid some cost increases that come down the road. So
I think they'd also mentioned wanting to bring in some water sewer for their campgrounds where the carnival's usually set up.
that is the one I forgot to put on here. That was their
That's what I'm
second.
just looking at here. They referenced that there could be a grant from Butler Amusements to offset some of this stuff too, so may not need much of it, but also don't need to spend all that. I don't think we have a time limit on when we need to spend that, right? So that could be.
No, we do not. It's just that if fire suppression were a big priority, we could move that up potentially.
Yeah, and costs are just continue to go up, so, yeah.
I would like to see maybe an expanded design on the campground itself to make it more of a year-round appeal. Adding some additional amenities in there, even access for individuals who are gonna be camping there. I think it would get used more than it does today because it gets used year-round. So that 700,000 could be more of $1 million number if you actually improve some of the. So I would like to see more of a kind of a full, what are some of the design opportunities for the campgrounds and improving that, making it more of an appealable space to come to. So that's one idea for the commissioners.
Yeah, and then it'd be determining, who can use it year round or not.
Mhm.
Because, we're not competing with campgrounds, it's for events that are taking place, correct?
Generally, and I think there's also a fair number of visitors who come in and they go to sporting events and stuff for their kids. I think that's an appealable place for them to be able to utilize. And I don't know if it's December, January, February by any means, but could be some of the shoulder seasons as
Yeah, I
well.
think they've used it for some trades groups also, correct? Like
Yep.
The trades.
I guess, that's why I just want to make sure that it's not, someone can't pick it up for several months, that it's for the immediate need of the fairgrounds use.
Well, for this,
Just-
I can.
Commissioner French? Commissioner French?
Well, we are good for the destination with regard to the campground and stuff. No, never mind. Evidently yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I was starting to lose faith. There might be an opportunity to do something with our neighbor there with regard to access to the lake and recreational opportunities there too.
Little fishing action going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
You make that call, let us know how
Little
it goes.
boating. Just saying.
Oh.
I will take the fire suppression off this list for right now, but you will have that extra money pending further.
I mean, I would leave it on just so it starts to, I mean, I would like to see if they can do it, do they have it designed, can it, all of that. Just because I think it's just it is gonna get more expensive the longer we wait. And if we've identified it as a need for safety, delaying doesn't make me feel comfortable.
Under human resources, we are going to delete that one. I forgot to do that. The sheriff's office has found a spare vehicle or one of their vehicles they would normally sell that Ashley will take, and she has normal budget to do that, so we don't need the part of the capital budget.
Okay, very good, because that was gonna be
That's
my
$38,000
question
out
there,
here.
as I was, when I was asking about vehicles up
Yep.
above, I was like,
Yep.
did we just talk to the sheriff about having
Yep.
vehicles?
And we are using one of those. We are buying
I
one
was
of
gonna
those.
say, I've seen this one around campus and it goes about the speed of idling.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, but it
not a
idles at
lot
about
of
6
hard
miles a
driven,
gallon.
not a lot of hard driven miles on that.
To really buy it, because it all comes out of the general
I know,
fund.
that's exactly, we don't have to
Yes,
buy.
okay, I mean, it's not an enterprise
No,
fund.
it is not.
So,
It is a general fund asset.
thank you, sheriff, it's like, yeah, we can just get it.
It's already our.
We've already
yours.
paid once.
Checks in the mail.
Okay.
IT, these are, again, stuff that's coming out of our ARP award, which is why it's under special revenue. So none of this will be coming out of our general fund this year. For this year and next, we have made, in a 7-year cycle, are the 2 years we have major server upgrades and switch upgrades. So 24 and 25 will be expensive years from an IT equipment standpoint. But the current plan is to take that out of our special revenue that we have, that we set aside for IT purposes in the ARP, so it would not have a general fund impact. This also includes the other half of the ERP project. We will have other software things to talk about in the future. As you know, the assessor and treasurer system needs to be updated. And that itself is probably going to be 4-ish. So 3 to 4 is what numbers I'm starting to hear. So yeah, but I'll get more information as we present in 25. So there's none cost there. Juvenile, the first one I believe really needs to be done. Tori has said she could go with just half the cells, but our concern, Gil's concern is the kids are just getting more destructive. Let's get this in all the cells. So basically they are using various things to keep the water running, and the flushes, sinks are not turning off, and they are flooding out the system. These electronic flushes will limit how long the toilets can run, sinks can run, how often they can run, things like that. So we recommend doing that full upgrade. The other one, the next 200,000 is a project that they do have to do. But in reviewing their budget, I think there's some vacancy adjustments that we did not take in the original budget that would cover that. For example, they've constantly, just like detention, adult detention, they have a hard time getting COs. They've constantly been 4 short, and right now they're even 5 short. So they are also having a hard time getting corrections officers.
So you think?
I think they have enough savings in people right now to fund the second one. We would just need to fund the first one out of the, I don't think they have enough for both.
Right, so the second plus the others, I mean, because they came to us last year and really showed the need, we just didn't have the money.
Okay, so, I mean, we could do, I think they have about 300,000 in staff savings that we did not build into their budget. Now, of course, same caveat, if they did find them, we would then have to come back with a supplemental request to cover that. But based upon their trend for the last year or more, they've been running about 4 to 5 COs vacant. And that would exceed $300,000, so that we could fund the rest of those with that savings if we wanted. The lobby security though is a 3-year project, so that's $600,000. We couldn't, unless you wanted to do that and fund that 3-year project. Once we start that, I think we would need to finish it.
We'll at least try to get the others.
Okay.
I would suggest, even if it comes out of general fund through vacancy savings, we should still have it on here so we make sure reflecting our CIP appropriately forward and the decisions for this year. Yep.
All right, I'll put those 4 other than the lobby security on this list then. And I'll talk to Tori when she gets back on Wednesday.
Is there any grant funding opportunities for juvenile detention facilities? I don't know.
We will ask Tori that as well, for any grant. I do not know. Okay. You can ask Heather. I know she's listening. She could always look too. Okay. Law and Justice, that of course is a project on hold. I think that project right now is probably waiting on the election, but Mike Sparber said, we are running out of space, so, but that's different options for you to choose, so.
Again, another one that, when you put the bond proceeds category in, Randy,
It would,
again,
Yep.
just for planning purposes, we should put an amount on there that we anticipate spending in 2024. This kind of goes back to making sure we're aligning our capital facilities plan, our CIP, and reflecting what that is going to be. We've got to show intended uses of them and intended funding in each of those as well. So kind of goes back to GMA. We want to make sure we're putting everything in there that we need to have in there. Doesn't mean may not actually happen, but the intentions of the board should be in there.
And Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec,
Their 5-year vehicle replacement plan, that was what they came in and talked about last year.
that is correct, and this is the second year of that 5-year plan. So yes, this is that same one where the mowers and things like that, they're leasing. You can see there are other requests down here. Some of them we do have grant funding for part of it. Again, there's multiple sources of revenue you have. You have REIT 1, REIT 2, or general fund.
Question on the stormwater upgrades for Plants Ferry. There's no like stormwater fees or anything that could be used for that? Just wondering.
We don't have stormwater fees.
Well, yeah,
We
there's stormwater fees.
do in certain areas, I believe 5 Mile and West Plains are the two areas that we've got stormwater fees specifically for. And I've known what this project is. I don't know that I recall it fully right now, but I believe it has to do with their facility. And their parks maintenance facility out there. We do have an NPDES permit required because it does flow into the river, but I don't recall specifically what this was solving on. Try to see if I can find anything in our budget presentation here.
Tab 21.
21. Same one that's on my electronic version?
Yeah.
I was just also thinking, I know there's some clean water infrastructure money in the, I don't know if it was in the bipartisan infrastructure or the Inflation Reduction Act, but it's probably a year out, but I don't know if it would be applicable or not. Just always looking for other sources, so we can keep that REIT for other things. But yeah, I know that the facility is right next to the river, that whole little parks ops kind of facility.
And it is stormwater and sewer. I just don't know specific details about how what's actually needing to be done. We can get some more on it.
Somehow we couldn't use enterprise funds for that. 'Cause it's a parks facility.
is a general fund, yeah.
Yeah.
Fish Lake, that is a property up at Fish Lake where we have the right of first refusal to purchase. We are required to provide potable water to that property. So Doug is proposing that we do buy it, but this will then save us expenses on providing that potable water in the future. So that's $1 million. And we could use REIT 2 for that. Or REIT 1 or whatever you'd like to use for that. As much as possible, unless you're trying to build the balance, I would always suggest using your most restricted money first. And REIT 2 is definitely more restricted than REIT 1. And all their requests, if in your electronic version or in your paper version, you can see all of their sheets that they've sent you behind their tab. All of their sheets on their projects. The next one is the Airway Heights ORB Park, Phase 1 renovation. They've got a $200,000 grant, and the projected project's gonna be $400,000. So we would need to use 200,000 out of either, out of probably REIT 2 to finish that. And again, these are listed in their priority order. Priority number 4 for them, excuse me, priority number 5 was the Liberty Lake Regional Park Zephyr Road improvements. It's about $450,000. This is to widen Zephyr Road to the Liberty Lake Regional Park entrance. And the funding will go to Public Works to do this project, and they will save the 20% indirect rate by funding it directly. Recommendation, just only, I put REIT 1 down only because further down we've effectively exhausted REIT 2, where REIT 2 funds could be used. So didn't use more REIT 2 funds for that, or not suggesting to. We've also got the Prairie View Community Park, Southside Aquatic Facility. The play structure is approximately 15 years old and reaching end of life. Saying several short-term repairs have been made over the last few years to keep it operational. Need to be replaced in another season or 2. Timing of design will allow set the stage for this. So this is the design, not the actual repair of it. So this is just getting it ready for design. Oh, the Bidwell Community Park, Northside Aquatic Facility. Same, he said the same thing in this. I don't know if they had to, probably, because again, it is, I think they, oops, that's the wrong one right here.
I think it's a concessions trailer.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea what the new trailer would allow them to do, or to
He just
sell that the current one they
He's
can't?
saying addressing failing infrastructure. He said it is revenue positive, brings in 2,000 to 5,000 annually. Oh, I got the wrong one, sorry.
When I was there.
Reading the wrong sheet. Where is your sheet?
Yeah, we're just curious, because when we opened the park a couple of years ago,
I
it
know.
seemed like it wasn't.
Didn't look out of play. It didn't look
Yeah.
old, but I don't know. I mean, and
For
I mean,
these
they sell-
Spokane Indians
yeah.
are the ones that do the concessions now for us.
I would have to follow up with Doug on that one. As I'm reading his description, it's not making sense to me.
I agree. You might have an incorrect description
Yep.
or an incorrect naming of the project, because they're not lining up.
So we'll follow up on that one for you,
On Bidwell.
on Bidwell.
When you walked through these with Doug, did he indicate that some of these, they think that they might be able to get like RCO funding for like in the next couple of years? Is that why only like certain ones are prioritized for REIT rather than others?
He does oftentimes seek out those RCO funds, other funding opportunities to align with when the project would be ready to come forward, similar to the Airway Heights ORV Park. In past years, we've had a higher level, like with the Liberty Lake park renovations, that's heavily funded through state grant dollars as well. So if they're not listed here, I'm guessing he hasn't identified, he hasn't.
Do those
doesn't have
usually
any-
require a local match?
Um,
He would say like, hey, this is one we're putting in next year, we might need to show a local match or something.
usually
Or-
they do. I don't think they ever 100% fund things. but I don't know specifically on which ones may and which ones may not.
Does parks kind of have their own kind of small fund that they could, when they're applying for those RCO grants, that they know that they can have a match? Or do they have to come to the commissioners every single time?
The latter. Yeah, they don't have any capital. Their capital in their budget is mostly equipment related.
Okay.
Nothing of kind of real estate or major improvements to our parks property. It's generally always been through REIT.
Got it. Well, REIT could be the local match.
Yep.
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 One thing I do need to check on also is if some of these couldn't also come out of REIT one, like like where we ran out of REIT two money, we need to follow up with that also. Like for the last 4 projects, right now it's looking like there's not enough REIT two money. Well, can I use REIT one for that instead? So guessing I can, but I don't know that for certain, so I need to research that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with REIT one fund balance, do we have a suggested, or do we have a guiding amount that we like to keep as a balance
So
each year?
So
Board policy on
under the
that?
REIT one capacity and the REIT two, we like to keep 2 years of debt service, so basically $3 million in each one at the end of the year. So these are the monies in excess of that $3 million balance. So this is the excess money that we would have over what we like to keep in fund balance.
But we do not have a board policy on.
We do not have a board policy.
Practice, not policy.
We like to keep, especially in REIT one, we have committed some of REIT one to debt service. So we like to have a couple years there, but it is not a policy.
But you've already
That's already been
out.
taken up.
So at the end here, you, just right now, it's 4.9.
Yes.
But you're saying you could look at some of the other parks projects and whether or not those are flexible.
Right.
But REIT one is usually, it's parks and streets, is that right, mostly?
2,
REIT two is parks and
it's
streets,
parks, it's not streets.
We don't
but
use,
just
we don't
parks.
really put much REIT to roads at all.
Oh,
The
but
city,
it's eligible.
the city has that practice. They
Our
put,
road funds primarily for that.
Right, I see.
More of
Facilities.
facilities for REIT one, a variety of facilities.
So Commissioner French?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to keep in mind that on the REIT funds, real estate sales are slowing down. So I expect that we're going to see a drop in sales this year for 2024 until the mortgage rates start to drop.
And Vicky has been seeing exactly that. Our REIT is down, our recording revenue is down. We are definitely seeing that. For Public Works, I know the project is 18 million. I know they have some money set aside for it, and the rest would come out of bond proceeds, so I will add that to the spreadsheet just from a capital standpoint. And that is for the one at the Wilbur facility. Purchasing, the mail machine is getting old, so we do need to buy a new postage machine for the mail center. It'll cost about $30,000. But got prices, and got about 2 vendors you get to use. So.
I briefly tuned out when you talked about the Wilbur facility.
I need to add that under bond proceeds.
Okay.
And they have some money, fund balance, I believe, Scott, for that.
Correct. Yeah, they've from some sale of past real estate, they got monies to go towards this, plus I think one of the year's road levy shift, they also set aside for it as well, for it.
We don't need to use general fund monies for that, basically. Sheriff, you heard the presentation on the 20 patrol vehicles, plus there's 4 I want to say sergeant, but I forgot what they are right now. Detective, maybe. The sheet that they had handed out a few weeks ago was 1.75 million for those. The 14 patrol vehicles, or the vehicles for Spokane Valley, the 870, Spokane Valley is paying for those directly. This is the second year in a row they've done that. In the past, we used to buy them and charge them back through our contract with the Valley, but they have started buying them directly. So there's no other cost. That's why you see that one under special revenue. The only others that we have filled in here, mainly because I don't know enough about this, is the Faraday box and the bomb suit. Tessa explained to me on the bomb suit, every other year it goes between us and the city to buy the new suit for the year. This 24 will be our year, so that's why I did put that 35,000 in there. As far as the rest of these items, they have a long list. The spreadsheet or the sheet that we got from Chris listed them all, but it didn't really put all the descriptions of why they needed them, because he didn't think we had any money for them anyway. So he didn't spend a lot of time doing it. Understandable, why go through the work if you don't think you're going to get it anyway, right? He knew it was going to be a tough year because of sales tax, so they didn't put a lot of things in here. The helicopter, again, I added that. It could be a 24, it could be a 25 purchase if you decide to do it. Our out-of-pocket currently would be about $2 million, but I know they have talked about other grants that they have applied for or will be applying for, so that number could go down. I think there was another $250,000 that Sheriff Knowles said that they were in the process of applying for through the state.
Yeah, through WASPIC, I believe. And the other option there still is to lease it and cover it under out of operating expenses, as opposed to a capital purchase or a
Cash.
use of capital funds.
But I still have some capital funds left at the end here.
So I guess, so on that, I mean, I thought we talked about purchasing it, not leasing it, because helicopters have a long useful life.
Yes, the financing arm that Bell, they were looking at like a 5-year lease, even though it's a capital lease. It's a lease purchase.
Then we own it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I misspoke. I should have said lease. It was a finance.
It's a
financing
financing lease. It is, if you didn't have the cash, they have a financing company that puts together a financing as a capital lease versus a straight lease.
Did you say the 2 million is our out of pocket?
Currently, that's what we expect our current out-of-pocket to be. That is assuming we sell the Huey for $900,000 and the $500,000 grant from the feds. The helicopter is just under 3.4, so taking that 900, 500 out comes down to 2. There has been there are multiple people interested in the helicopter, so we could potentially get more than 900,000, but I don't think we know the answer to that yet.
What about the Valley?
That was contribution.
I thought that was half of the remainder.
That's where I was suggesting there could be, maybe the financing option might be more appealing, because then you could pay for it through reimbursements of a Valley contract to the extent it allows for it, and it saves REIT for other purposes that the commissioner might want to do.
So, did I misunderstand that the Valley was going to pay for half of it? Is there some technicality there to how the contract works that I missed? I thought it was clear.
I'm not sure
I know.
that we have the same, I'm not sure that we have the same opinion
I don't-
of the
I-
Valley's contract
As the valley?
as
As-
perhaps the police chief's.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's not correct. I think we've got to,
I don't believe the
deeper
Valley
dive.
has committed to paying half upfront. Yeah, I think their other option is to pay for it through the contract as the contract.
Well, yeah, they may
Allows-
not have that kind of, they may need multiple years to.
Right. So they is, but they have not, I don't think their commission, their board has voted to pay it upfront yet. I don't believe so. So I don't know I don't know how to answer your question other than.
So since they choose not to, which I think as we get a new helicopter, I think we talked about, is figuring out how to appropriately bill out the usage of that helicopter to the different agencies, whether it's the city of Spokane, Spokane Valley, Ivy Lake, or outside.
Outside agencies.
Yeah. What those options are going to be.
Those options will be available where they are not available today with the current helicopters we have because we were given those helicopters.
Yes, so we couldn't do that.
Couldn't do
But
that.
now we will be able to figure that out.
This helicopter will be utilized by a lot of entities, even outside of the county, and
Yes,
we'll be able to bill for that.
But doesn't the city of Spokane
they
pay
contribute,
something?
they
They may need to pay more,
For
but,
gas.
but it is a contract.
they contribute via some sort of staff.
Well, they
resources.
contribute a set amount of money. It's not very large. I want to say it was around 35,000.
Right.
Plus, they also contribute some staff to helping with the running of the helicopter, flying in it, things like that. They do contribute staff. I do know that. I'm not the best to speak. Chief Ellis would be much better to speak about the staff they're providing from the city, but I do know they do provide city staff for that.
Well, I guess I'm like Commissioner Jordan, I mean, we sat here and asked that several times. That a portion of the cost would be paid by City of the Valley through their contract for services. However that works itself out, obviously that's a negotiation. But I guess, are we saying that that's no longer true?
No, I think this matter needs to have another touch with the board. We've got the Huey is being declared for surplus as part of the board's action tomorrow, which will then enable it to go out to a public auction. So I'll have a better idea of funds that we might yield from the surplus. We need to pin down what down payment would be required, if at all. And we need to pin down the funding that could be used either to purchase it or to finance it from other jurisdictions that are part of it. I don't think we have good clarity on a piece of paper that can walk you all through it to say, here's how this could be funded in part or in whole. So that'd be my suggestion.
Well, I hope so, because I voted and stated this is what was told to me when I voted to accept the $500,000 federal grant, that this was the expectation. Different contributions that were stated several times in public meetings. So
Understand your perspective, and I understand I was there as well. I heard the same things. So we just want to make sure that the contract of the Valley allows for what was anticipated to allow for. That helps us with this, helps you all with decisions on acquire finance and what is that delta that we're trying to shore up on the financing for the funding side.
yeah, I mean, I would hate to give that grant back. But, there was several conversations about it.
Agreed. I think we should do an update and a refresh on it. Make sure we all have the information that's collectively informing on the decision process.
I have one final question on the spreadsheet. So at the bottom of general fund, Randy, it says 2,038,000. What's that, is that a running total?
It's a, yeah, and
What does that mean?
that's just how much money of the 9.4 is left.
Okay, that's what's remaining now, because I was like, it's way more than that total. Okay,
So basically.
it might be helpful to also have the running total of the
Okay,
total amount allocated right now.
sure. I can.
I mean, I can do the math,
we can
but
add-
I need help.
We will add that, we'll add that row for you.
Thank
So
you.
here's the totals of what's
I gotta get my
above,
calculator
and this
out.
is the remaining balance.
Okay, thank you. I like the spreadsheet overall. That was just one extra
Got it.
line that would be helpful.
We will make that change. So I'll send out an updated spreadsheet then with what we've talked about. Again, there's a lot of requests in the sheriff's area that we haven't discussed. And we still have some money that we haven't set aside for things. So could either allocate, or you guys, we can talk to the sheriff, say which ones are really necessary, which ones are not. This is listed in there for priority.
This is their order of affairs. Okay.
And I believe those 4 investigative SUVs on the bottom, I believe those are already included in their vehicles in the 1.75. I thought those were part of what they said, but I need to go back and double check that. I will confirm with Chris that those were part of the, Chris Weiss, that those were part of the first number that we had. Make sure I don't have those two.
I know one of the things that's been on the list for a while with the sheriff's office is the dive boat equipment. I think it's been one that's been there for a while, but maybe it would be interesting to see if it's time or not.
I can ask them to give a better description on that and what's needed and why it's needed.
Like the floor searchlight and laser. I thought we bought those during COVID.
Put on the,
Yes, it was already on the helicopter and can be removed from that one and put on the new one.
That's what I thought.
So I think we need to make sure this is really.
Okay.
I believe they specifically, I thought, this is what I recall, is they said those would be removed from and put on the new
Yeah.
one. So
That's
it's
what I
not like they won't fit the new one, is what I was under the impression of.
Right, because when we were out there, I specifically asked because I knew we bought it for $100.
I'll follow up with them on those two specifically and other requests that they had in order of importance.
There's just several things that seem odd that are on here.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll get you an updated answers on the outside agencies. We'll update that spreadsheet, get you some answers to the questions you asked. Jason was taking copious notes for me. Thank you. And we'll update this capital spreadsheet based upon the conversation. And I'll reach out to those others that we need to. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Martin Hall, you captured earlier, so we don't.
Yeah, we got, that's taken care of. That was, the rate went up $5, so we had to add 10,000 to this.
Okay. You're up. So Jeff, you're up next on
So Rebecca, I believe there's a one-page thing you can throw up on the screen if you like.
One-page thing.
Oh man, it's getting late
Is that
in
the
the day.
technical title?
It's getting late.
It's just the last remaining page from last week's PowerPoint. So as you recall, we kind of went through last week, language access, where the different county offices are, talk through language line, where it's being used, talk through different options around digital displays on the campus, talk through some of the challenges with finding the data as I thought we would find it. And then due to a day that got completely off schedule and commissioners needing to leave, just postpone discussion to today. So you can see kind of up on the screen different kind of thoughts just to start a conversation.
Well, I would say it was a good thing we postponed, because I went to the campus security meeting last week. And at the campus security meeting, the courts, I think through Judge Jenny Sapone and Superior Court, Ashley Callan, that the campus, I'm not-
Cultural access.
cultural access, but the campus security had, it's like a subcommittee from the campus security. So they have done some work on what they're doing. And so Jeff didn't know anything about them. So there is this, as I said last week, I think I talked about that we kind of have, wayfinding versus language access and wanting to make sure that we're meeting all of our statutory requirements for language access. Which sounds like the courts are doing. But kind of having that stakeholder group to really make sure that we're meeting all the requirements and if there's other things that we can be doing. So I don't know, I was totally at a loss that there was this other committee that was doing some of this work, because they had some signs that they wanted to put up, that they're bringing to the campus security meeting. I'm like, well, no one's brought this to the commissioners. So I think we need to do a little rating of work to make sure that we all understand what's happening, what's going on, and not just putting signs up, that we need to be looking at that. So my thought is to have Jeff, and if there's some others that want to work with that cultural access committee, which is really to ensure that, is there a way that we can do signs? Is there a way we can do little QR codes that would have different colors to bring all the stakeholders together? Because it was made up of like risk management. There's Ashley Callan.
I wasn't there, I don't know.
I know you're not on it and should be. So anyway, just trying to go, how do we make sure that the people that need to ensure they're meeting the needs are all talking and we make sure that we're helping them meet their needs. So Ashley?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, normally I do attend those meetings, but I hadn't been able to the last 2 months. So I will make sure to be at the next campus security meeting, and I'm happy to tag in as someone that can participate on that committee, and then as well as continue to keep the board updated. My schedule just didn't allow for me to be there for the last 2 months, but prior to that, I had been attending all the meetings. So I'm happy to continue to be in that capacity and then ask if I can be added to that committee.
Okay, and I'm not sure how much they're meeting. I think what we need to do is convene them though again, if they thought that they were done, to really get the questions for the commissioners answered, because they seem to be the stakeholders that need to be meeting the requirements. I'm not sure. It sounded like district court was there.
Were all three courts there?
I don't know that municipal court was there, but district court and at the campus security meeting, and but the clerk's office was the one that I wasn't sure what they were meeting, because even one of the judges was speaking and was unaware of some of the language access within his So just, that's why I say it's, I think it's, I mean, it's really important that we get those stakeholders together to make sure we're truly meeting the needs.
You mentioned they were talking about signage, or are they just talking about static signage? Were they talking about digital, like we were discussing? And, because my question would come, how are they going to pay for this? I mean, if they hadn't even approached us yet, it's like, all those departments say they don't have extra money, so how are they gonna pay for
A
this?
certain amount of like going to facilities, and if it was small enough, facilities would just pay for it.
Oh,
You know, that I didn't get the impression that they were really coming back to the board, but
okay.
I hadn't been able to attend the last couple myself either, so I definitely was there this time and it was interesting. Some of it's static signage that could just go, you know.
Just slap up on a wall and,
Yes.
oh, okay.
There was a couple that they had that would be that way, but then they were talking about digital signage as well, and I remember Gil saying something like, oh, we don't want to look like Vegas. So I don't think they've defined it all yet. I think it's still in the process. I don't know, it was just, I was taken kind of caught off guard,
I
to say the least.
get it, especially since we've been
We
discussing
just had the
it.
presentation from
Yeah.
Jeff, and
So,
then, yes. So the fact that it's, you know, and like I said, I think what I heard from Ashley Callan then, because I talked to her later, that, you know, Judge Sapone had, you know, is trying to get, was the one who had kind of instigated the group.
Okay.
So we just need to bring everybody together.
That's a
So
great
we can
idea.
figure out where we, you know, because we want to do it, we want to do it right.
We don't want multiple groups out there doing it in their own way either, so.
Yes, I think that's, you know, kind of where I was coming from with it, you know, when I was talking to Jeff and asking Jeff if he'd seen any of this. You know, and one's like a no weapon sign that had a gun and a knife, you know, with the red thing. You know, so I mean, stuff that's.
Some of it's just
easy
using
to do.
different ways.
Universally recognized, like a bathroom sign. You know, on the toilet.
There we go.
Mary gave me there,
There you go.
how to go through the scanner.
Yes, I was thinking that.
To me, that's kind of obvious, but even if everyone, and then, stop.
So those are the three signs. This is what I got at the meeting.
All right.
Was that much. But it was enough for me to go, okay, we've got to figure out how we all really work together here and get this, you know, to really get it accomplished.
And Judge Sapone did tell me some of this, and I think between me trying to relay everything that she said, it just, clearly there's a need for it to be all coordinated.
Yes.
So.
Which is sometimes what we find in the county, that everyone has best intentions.
But they do, their intention is to make it easier for people to understand the rules of the campus, how to access different points, which is great.
Yes.
So same goals, but I'm glad to hear that they were gonna work on these things and not ask us for any funding, so.
And my understanding of.
That's how it always starts out.
Yeah.
They
Maybe we-
plan to not ask us for anybody.
Maybe we should collaborate now.
I was gonna say, I think as Judge Sapone explained it to me, her efforts really started as kind of a three court collaboration. And I think the signage that they're working on is really a court-centric signage, right? So it wouldn't include like the public works building and planning, that type of thing. So it has a relatively narrow scope today. And so I think that's a question for us is, do we want to look beyond just the courts too?
Which has been kind of one of the complaints about the campus safety committee is it's very courts centric. You know, there's lots of buildings on this campus other than
It is.
courts, but
There's the attempt to try to get them to think county campus. I mean, we had the discussion, when we talk county campus, does that mean exterior buildings? And I'm like, it should not. It should just be the campus itself, not the ME's building or not, you know,
I thought you were talking about like
No, no,
public
no.
works. I was
the
gonna say.
fairgrounds. I
it-
mean,
it
they're
should-
Right.
Public works is
fairgrounds,
shit.
like, no, we shouldn't be, we should be talking about our greater campus area. And that should be what the security, you know, and like I told them, you know, we've made suggestions they've had in the past where we've got the security guard that stays an hour later. that can walk people to their cars, especially as it starts to get dark. You know, those things are happening, you know, because of the campus security committee, and so they're rethinking, and similar to, they've gotten all the RCWs or all the resolutions over the years to when it got started, and are trying to look at combining to a new one that maybe doesn't have it be the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, it could be a commissioner, because they're looking at, it's the presiding judge who's supposed to be chairing the meeting. And so maybe having it not be the presiding, maybe just one of the Superior Court judges. So they're looking at kind of what, changing it up a little bit. So that's one of the other things that they're looking at, but
That makes sense.
yes. So I think we need to decide how we want to work with this committee and who else we need to make sure is on it, to make sure we've got all the, you know, right stakeholders, and then yes, the signage. I mean, I think specifically for the courts, they've got to cut through security, so you've got this security signage, because like other buildings, it's, you know, your no weapons sign doesn't need to be in front of the courtrooms, because it should be at security. They should have already gone through security. Because at one point they were talking about having all these, you know, having that by each of the courtrooms, you know, like no cell phones. I'm like, should just be right here, you know, it shouldn't have gotten past that. So, so anyway, so it's interesting. So I guess the question is then, where would we like to go from here to make sure we're combining those? I mean, I know Ashley's still on. But we certainly would want to have somebody represent the commissioner's office who's been listening to all these items. So whether it's Ashley or Jeff, you know, they can arm wrestle.
Would we want to have somebody from that current group come in and at least bring us up to speed on where they are? And then at that point, appoint somebody to say, okay, now that we're all on the same board, you get Jeff to continue on, or Ashley to continue on from here on out. So
Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, so I literally just put a meeting on Ashley Callan's calendar for tomorrow to just play some catch up in general, since I missed a couple of meetings. So if you guys are comfortable with it, I am happy to connect with her anyways, and just kind of talk through where they're at from not just the committee side, but probably from the court side. And then based on how that conversation goes, whether it would make sense for me to relay, or if I think it would make more sense for her to come in and provide an update, I'd be happy to share that information back with you guys. And then we can get the appropriate person on the agenda for just an update. But I thought I would connect with her first just to see what I've missed and what I can jump in and help with them just as we start rolling forward. And then, yeah, you guys can determine who you want it to be. But I thought I'd at least start there.
Because, you know, I think that'd be great, because I mean, we really need to get that. I mean, I think the courts, with everybody getting the language line, now we should be in better shape, but I just want to make sure that we're, again, just at least a meeting to figure out where they're at and where we're at.
So Jeff, I think you had said you had reached out to all the other you had reached out to the treasurer and the auditor and the assessor. So you've done a lot of that polling across some of those other separate office elected leaders. So I don't know, maybe Ashley gets with Jeff after the conversation and figure out next steps, but have you been working with?
I talked with Ashley Callan probably 3 weeks ago at this point. It was one of the earlier phone calls. And she brought me up to speed on the Judge Zapone-led group.
Okay.
Which may or may not be the same as this cultural access group.
I thought it was the same.
Because I wasn't aware of this till Commissioner CUNY brought it up late last week
Okay.
to the other meeting. So
I think they're separate, Jeff, just a heads up. I think
there's three different
two.
conversations.
Yeah, I think the committee and the safety group is kind of part of the court group, but it also includes some of my risk employees. So that's why I'd like to run this around a little bit first.
Definitely to bring it all together.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in favor of in the next couple weeks, bringing it all together, finding out what other research the other groups have done, what requests they have.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we are thinking more about, the public meetings and handheld devices or ways to provide interpretive services that are outside of the courts. So I think it's complementary, probably.
Yes, hopefully, so.
And I did check in with Northeast Community Center. They didn't go any further with the kiosks, I think because of costs. But the handheld, the ones that you and Ashley were
Back
talking
and
about,
forth,
yeah, those are like less expensive and they're movable around like a campus, or they could be checked out by different agencies or organizations. Well, but that's what they're working towards, because the community center has about 6 or 7 different agencies. Instead of just having one kiosk, if they had 3 of those devices, they can check them out at the front desk, and then people can use them at different agencies as needed. So that's kind of where they're moving towards, yeah.
How do I think that's a good thing to get updates from people and to visit the security meeting. I think some of the things that Jeff looked into go beyond the scope of those things, specifically the language line being accessible in other departments, not just those that's legally required, assessor, auditor, treasurer, building and planning, etc. So do we have ideas on how to pursue that if there's interest in that? It seems to me that it's like $2 a minute or less.
Well,
No.
about $1 a minute.
So there's some pretty low hanging fruit things that could be a good customer service impact that aren't specifically within the scope of that security committee. So personally, I'd love to find a way to move forward on those pieces too.
Well, no, so I mean, my idea is to get, if there's 2 other groups that are doing this, so we know 3 groups. We've got Jeff, we've got the Campus Cultural Access Committee, there's Campus Security Group, and then we have Judge Sapone's group. Is like, we've got to get the 3 of them all together, as well as I would have who's ever a customer service person, stakeholder at each of the other elected departments to kind of say what is the need, because I don't want to do something different in every office. So it's got to be a united front, because otherwise then nobody, if it's language line here and it's
Language line everywhere except community services, their language link is kind of, McDonald's to Burger King, very similar.
which is okay, since they're
But they're also
offsite and all
offside.
that.
But I do I've not used any of them, so I just like the idea, we have so many county employees that look for different jobs to better themselves, and to have that consistency for our staff that change positions makes a lot of sense, whoever it is. And so it seems to me we already have the largest segment of our county is with language line at this point.
And then is there just a little handheld device that,
Which we can certainly look, I'd love to hear more from Northeast Community Center if they get that up and going to make sure they as good in person as our YouTube commercials.
Because your presentation last week had, I think like on Amazon, they were like $100 or something.
Yeah,
like
they
that.
range on sale from less than 100 to about 200.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
mean,
so they're very affordable.
yeah, buying a couple of those and having them available when needed.
or language line if it's just like a minute and people aren't using it very long,
And that's the thing, how often would that
Right.
line get, if it's more economical to just buy these and we have them, that for perpetuity, so, I don't know.
you just have to have one for each department.
I think the difference would be language line or whatever language service. Their interpreters are gonna be better on the specifics, whereas I think these would serve well for like public testimony.
Right.
Where you're getting more of a thought by thought translation versus a 982 Toyota that needs whatever. But yeah, I think they both serve different purposes well.
So if we already know we have language line, like to your point, that's something we could make, accessible to the other departments. But I do like the idea of that we could produce some sort of document, later this year, by the end of the year, or first of next year, that says, here's kind of our more broad plan of how we're addressing cultural language access. Whether it's through security language or handheld devices or other things that we're going to invest in. But language line, since it's already being used, is something that you could easily expand upon. Yeah.
Ashley?
Yeah, I think one thing to note also is as we get this committee together, if there are things that are put in written context, so whether it's signage or whatever, Chris Anderson will likely need to tag in and find out what that program would need to look like. I know initially when we looked at this, if I remember correctly, there could only be one access plan for the county potentially, and then we'd have to, I know Jeff looked into this a lot too, but make sure that we've defined what groups we're providing written translation for what purposes, how often we're reviewing that, all of that stuff. So from a legal perspective, we're going to want to make sure that if we're going to be doing anything written, including signage, that we have that plan probably pretty well documented, if I had to assume. But Chris, would love your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the last one we dealt with was the courts and the clerks, and those have to be under the same because it's a single judicial plan. And the clerks were starting to draft their own, and that's not how that statute is set up. It's a single plan for the entire court system to cover all of those requirements. As it applies to either other departments and or to the court and the clerk in other areas that are not covered by the statutes, there are still some legal considerations, but there is more flexibility on that because it's not covered by specific statute.
So I can't remember if there's a gentleman from the prosecutor's office, I don't know from your side, that was attended.
I don't think from the civil side. There may have been somebody from the criminal side, yeah.
Okay.
I occasionally go to those kind of on an as-needed basis.
Okay. Ashley, when you check with Ashley Callan, can you see if there was someone from the prosecutor's office? I didn't know who it was, but I think there was.
Yeah, typically if Larry Haskell's not there, someone will come in his place. So I'll find out, but definitely, King County did this several years ago. They quickly realized they interpreted for the wrong group. So just want to make sure that if we are going to start going down this path, Jeff and I have been looking at this, but making sure that, I don't know, Commissioner Waldrop, if end of year is a reasonable time frame to have all of that done. It's a pretty good lift to pull all the census data and figure that out, but definitely would be a part of this project that would require a fair bit of work. However often we're looking at it. Probably could look at rolling it into like the same timeline as our EEO reviews, but just wanted to make you guys aware there's definitely some process and policy we'd have to put together before we'd probably want to start changing any of our signage on campus.
So I would agree with that. Other than I would just want to make sure that we're meeting our statutory requirements as soon as possible. And so assurance that that is happening. And then that if other departments would like to have like a language line, since it's not expensive, it's not signage, it's just allowing them the opportunity to have it if they choose to have that, we're at least doing those things to make it accessible sooner than later. And then on the policy side and, signage and that kind of thing, I could see where that could take.
I get your point, because I think that, the city's taken Spokane has taken like a year and a half on their, and I know that they're trying to figure out like what these numbers are of population, of language, to have a boundary around it, right? Of what will be translated and what, So I agree. It's good to do our homework and have something that's well documented and has clear policies. But yes, in the meantime, we know language line, I mean, it doesn't matter what language, most likely, they have someone that can interpret.
On the other side, yeah.
So just to clarify, you're suggesting we basically bring together these various groups and people working on different pieces of it, and they would share their best practices and status, and these questions would be talked about within that context of that group, and then report back to us.
They may not know best practices yet. I mean, they're all looking at
Right.
kind of what they want
Ideas
to do,
for-
so, yeah.
And I think making sure that, I think the clerk's office is now on board, making sure we're meeting our statutory requirements.
I believe so.
So I mean, that was kind of
That was an urgent need.
so I wouldn't want to delay ensuring we're meeting
Right.
our statutory requirements to
Right.
to have the policy be better perfected.
The clerk's office has already moved forward. I don't know exactly where they are, but I know it's in process. And possibly live, I don't know. Yeah, I'll check with them.
Well, and any other departments that would like to have it, I mean, we can figure out how to do that, if the auditor's office wants to, or the treasurer's office or the, I don't know, I guess that's where it's like, do they use language line or if they use the little handheld thing, but I at least want to make sure we're meeting our statutory requirements and we're doing what we need to do.
Which is the clerk's office.
And then helping other departments based on what their need is. So yeah, so it's exactly what you said, bringing all those groups together to see what the need.
I was gonna suggest that maybe this group could talk about bringing the language line stuff under one or two contracts rather than having everybody with their own separate rate and contract seems a little strange to me. Seems like it should be, many of the departments would be able to be on one contract and have the same rate, I would think.
That would be ideal when you're dealing with separate electives. It doesn't always happen.
Outside the
I would love
separately
to-
electeds, I think that's very doable.
Yes.
If they all agreed, would they be able to do that?
Looking at
if they
Randy,
all
like,
agree, yeah.
Create a line item, right, Randy?
As you said, with like coffee machines and water
There it is.
service and all these things, there's lots of things that are very decentralized and not centralized.
Seems like we'd be able to negotiate a better rate.
You would think so. It's, this has been an issue since I was in the auditor's office, as Randy knows. We've been trying.
That's what it is.
So we definitely, I mean, it's definitely worth trying. But as we saw with the Superior Court, they didn't want to share their contract with the other departments, so only push so much since Randy got it. But it's definitely worth trying to figure out if we can have a cohesive contract. Okay,
So should we circle back,
who knew what
maybe?
happened in a week?
Yeah.
I would probably give it a couple weeks, because you
Yeah,
guys probably need to see
So Ashley will connect with the other Ashley.
with the other Ashley.
And then we will touch base and see what we can do. Trying to get these three different groups together.
Yep.
Ashley and I on y'all's behalf.
And if there's any other department stakeholders that should be part of it too. I mean, I know it gets it kind of big, but I'd rather make sure all the stakeholders are really there having
Like
a
have the clerk's
conversation.
office involved just because they're the most recent, let's say, addition of a significant size department. I think they'll have some maybe lessons learned or
And it doesn't have to be the department head, it should
what
be
they said, yeah.
whoever is really the frontline person that would understand it and know.
Might recommend or ask whether we could invite the auditor's office or somebody from the elected, customer service
Well,
elected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is the other stakeholders would not be the department head or elected, but someone from the auditor's office, the treasurer's office, the assessor's office, planning, just so that way their customer facing groups would be there. Yeah, that's why I say it could get to be a big committee at that point, but you need to have all the stakeholders there. represented, because otherwise it doesn't work either, because then Public Works may have a different need than the auditors, so. Okay, go forth and conquer.
You're not done yet.
So yeah, so hopefully in 2 to 3 weeks, come back and give us an update. Okay. Let us know that we're meeting our statutory requirements. Okay. Plans for 25. Okay, so next, we had the rules of conduct for open public forums. So I don't know if people had a chance to think about that.
Looks like Chris did.
I did. Chris Jordan asked some questions last week, and so I did some research and put together some materials. And there's kind of the outline of the legal research that I did. Commissioner French, I just sent you an email with this these PowerPoint slides attached. And so this just provides an outline of public forums and the types of restrictions and regulations that you implement at certain public forums. So there are 3 types of public forums. There's the traditional public forum, and that is the kind of quintessential open public forum. Would be people out on the sidewalk, in a public street, at a park, or in a basically generally open government operated meeting hall, something that is not for a specific purpose but open to the general public. Then you have a designated public forum, which is a publicly owned space that is not traditionally used for open expression. So that would be, frankly, most government buildings, right? The purpose of the courthouse is not for open expression. However, the government can take action to explicitly open a building or parts of a building for full expression. And so that would be, the examples for things like a municipal theater, or a meeting room at a state university, where those meeting rooms would not normally be open to the general public, but if you do in fact open them to the general public, they become a designated public forum. In a designated public forum, you have the same First Amendment free speech rights as you would in a traditional public forum. And then finally, what you have is a limited public forum, which is a subset of the designated public forum, wherein you have limited access to certain classes or types of speech based on the nature of the forum. This is the subset that has been applied, as far as I could see, uniformly to meetings of commissions, boards, councils, et cetera. Those are considered limited public forums. And so in a limited public forum, any restrictions placed on First Amendment rights and free speech expression do have to be viewpoint neutral and reasonable, in light of the purpose of the public forum. And so basically what that means is that you can, in fact, and the government generally has broad leeway to implement regulations and restrictions, but they do have to be tied directly to the purpose and the scope of the forum that is being permitted. And again, viewpoint discrimination, so basically any restriction that categorically removes any type of speech or category of speech that cannot be tied to the purpose of the forum, and that is for the purpose of eliminating or keeping that particular viewpoint out of the forum. And so really the restrictions that can be implemented in a limited public forum depend on the nature of the forum in relation to the subject matter that is being limited. the speech that is at issue does not fall within the scope of the forum, the state may exclude that type of speech from the forum. If the speech does fall within the scope of the forum, it cannot be excluded. And so the reasonableness test for this, and this is kind of basically the relationship between the scope of the public forum and the restrictions that you impose on it, also hinge on whether there is an alternative channel of communication available for that type of speech. However, that doesn't open the door to anything or everything. That simply says that a restriction can be included where there are equal and other alternative avenues for that type of speech to be basically presented to the government.
So would an example of this be like open public forum, we say, this is for everything not on our printed agenda. So we're putting sort of, you can't talk about what's on the printed agenda, you can talk about anything else.
Right.
If you want the printed agenda, there's another format or time for that.
Precisely, precisely. And because the board, specifically to the board's meetings, written comment is accepted ahead of time, so that would be your alternative avenue as far as speech related to items on the agenda. And so that is, that's the perfect example. Looking at our code and our regulations, if you looked at Spokane County Code section 101030, which establishes the general underlying purpose of the public forum at the 2 p.m. agenda, it states that the items of interest to the citizens of the county that are not on the agenda for that meeting. And so basically the scope is anything of interest to the citizens of the county, and as long as it's not on the agenda. So we have a very broad scope. The other section, the other piece of that section that addresses the scope of our public forum is in fact that all matters discussed shall relate to affairs of the county. So basically anything that is of interest and relates to affairs of the county is open and eligible for discussion. So any regulation we put on the scope of what they can discuss has to be in kind of those two categories. So in addition to that, what you have in the context of a legislative session or a board meeting is that the purpose of that meeting is to conduct the business of the county. And therefore, anything that disrupts that underlying purpose can also be excluded. This is the most common area of kind of exclusion, and as far as where the case law goes, where litigation has occurred, is the context in which somebody is basically disrupting a meeting or doing something in a way that is interfering with the business that the board or commission or whatever is trying to achieve. That is by far kind of the safest area of regulation to implement. That is when you get to the point where there is an actual disruption of a meeting, that is when you can take steps such as removing somebody and or clearing an entire meeting room and re-adjourning the meeting or restarting the meeting without allowing the public back in if that's not a possibility without disruption. So the purpose of the meeting is kind of your underlying thing, and then what you have designated as the scope of the forum is your secondary. And so any restrictions imposed have to be viewpoint neutral and reasonable in light of those purposes. And so the other, obviously then, brings us to the final piece of the county's restrictions that we have listed, which is the rules of conduct. That's from most recent resolution 20-0175. And I've included all of those in here. And that kind of gives us the general outline. I will say, I think there, as we currently have everything written, there there are some issues in between the rules of conduct and the code that could likely use some addressing as far as some inconsistencies between them. They're, including, I think, the current scope of what is permitted to be addressed at the public forum, being as broad as it is, definitely puts into question how defensible some of our rules of conduct are. And if it came down to a direct challenge and were we to enforce the rules of conduct very strictly in every circumstance, we may run into some legal issues in that case. I will say I don't think, certainly in my experience, I have not witnessed a time when I think we have done it in a manner that would necessarily rise to that level. But were the board to start enforcing every one of the rules of conduct in every instance in which they could be enforceable, I think that may lead to some potential issues.
Commissioner French.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, could you give me an example of what you just said?
Exactly, very good.
Yes. So, well, I will say because we have had it, and I think that our chair and the board has done a good job of exercising discretion as far as implementing the rules of conduct. But the one that obviously has come up and been at issue recently is the rule against orally initiating a charge or complaint against an individual county employee. Obviously, most recently, we brought that was brought up, was it last week or the week before? And in which the individual speaking stated that Scott Simmons had lied, had made that direct allegation, and that was, my first certainly personal experience of seeing the board enforce that rule. I think that was probably a pretty judicious use of that rule. And was a good example of something that certainly could have led to disruption of the meeting. It was not simply a criticism, but it was a direct allegation, something inflammatory. That type of thing has generally been upheld as far as something that is going to potentially be disruptive. Now, the flip side of that would have been had that speaker stuck to the subject matter and not made the allegation and said that there are some inconsistencies and said that in a manner that was, critiquing, even if it's against a direct individual. In that scenario, it would have been difficult to defend enforcing that particular rule. Because if we could not, in that context, and the basis for that is that in that context, it's difficult to tie this rule to the purpose of the public forum, with the purpose of the public forum being as broad as it is. And so in order to enforce that, what you have to do is tie it to the board's underlying purpose, which is the conducting county business. Courts have said that where either there is an actual direct interruption or disruption of county business, you can certainly stop the person from talking. If they refuse to stop, you can then kind of escalate, removing the person, clearing the room, etc. But they have said where they start saying something that is likely to disrupt a meeting, and in those contexts, those types of things have been the direct kind of attacks on somebody, right? So kind of above a criticism, but directing, kind of attacking language at an individual And certainly what happened a couple of weeks ago, I think probably was starting to rise to that level. Something like calling somebody a liar is certainly prone to elicit a reaction, to elicit potential disruption, as opposed to simply saying, this person did this thing, it caused a problem, right? Obviously that's criticism, and technically under our rule could potentially be removed. However, without that underlying issue of possibly disrupting the meeting, it would be very difficult to defend that. So that's kind of the difference. Commissioner French.
Go ahead, Al.
So Robert's rules clearly indicate that when you do testify, you can only speak to an issue. You cannot speak to an individual as a regard to a performance and stuff. Can we use that as a rule to rely on and to point back to? And
We may be able to use that or something.
And the other question is, go ahead.
Apologies, I caught most of that as far as the Robert's Rules of Order. Was there a piece after that, Commissioner French? You were cutting out a little bit.
I'm sorry. Let me try once again. Robert's rules say that all comments have to be directed to an issue, not an individual. And so can you use that as a reliance when we're doing meetings so that individuals are not attacked? Did you hear that?
I did. Yes, and so I do think there are ways in which we can kind of modify or slightly revise some of these rules to make it a little more clear. And I think to your point, yes, absolutely, as far as attacking. But as it stands now, the scope of what is permitted is listed as being so broad that it's very difficult. I think using that idea to maybe narrow slightly the scope of what the board is specifically opening this public forum for, because that is one of the kind of parameters here, is that this is not generally a place in which the public would have a right to speak, but for the board establishing the forum and allowing people to speak at it. And so by tailoring the parameters of the forum itself, that gives you the leeway to then implement the rules of conduct that fit that scope of parameters. So, working on some of that language could certainly do it. As it stands now, kind of the problem is, right, I mean, while I certainly acknowledge Robert's Rules of Order, the First Amendment is going to win in that fight, so.
And then, Madam Chair, one more question, please.
Yep, go ahead.
On the screen, you have, and this was an issue when I was with the city, and we've made it an issue here at the county, is the displaying of banners, signs, button apparel, anything that is political in nature, we don't allow in the chamber because it's on government property, and that can also be disruptive. Are we solid in that, or does what your research showing make that question?
No, I think that one, to your point, that also goes back to the disruption issue, and it's basically explicitly called out in that rule of conduct that the intent is to limit any disruptions, limit any anything of that nature. And so that is a rule that is reasonably related to the purpose of the meeting. And so the issue with the orally initiating charges or complaints is that it is hard to show how a charge or a complaint that is brought against, even a named individual, if it is brought in a manner that is not, antagonistic or attacking, I certainly have a hard time articulating how that is potentially going to cause a disruption. And while certainly maybe unpleasant and everything else, is not necessarily likely to cause a disruption by somebody coming in and simply saying, well, I had a bad experience with this specific individual. Here's what my bad experience was. I would like the county to address this. That's going to be difficult to tie to back as a reasonable regulation to prevent disruption. Now, if the scope of the forum was tailored, more narrowly than what it is now, to more specific content, then that type of rule might be reasonably related to that, and then you could defend that.
So I don't want to nitpick, I don't want to be that, I see what time it is too, but in the one about the demonstrations, displays of banners, signs, buttons, isn't that hard
the city
isn't that
allows
kind of hard
buttons.
to say, like, your button is causing a distraction or a disruption?
How big is the button?
That's one of those noise buttons.
Certainly a lapel button would be very.
A lapel button
that would
that,
be.
says, very CUNY for county commissioner. So I'm just, I assume
think
that's
that-
what we're meaning here, like political buttons, but
I
it's
think
like.
that when I was at the city, it included buttons for a while and shirts, and then we changed it that like your personal attire, you can wear what you want to wear, but no signs or banners or those types of things. But anyway, I guess that's a discussion, but there was some complaining that people couldn't wear what they wanted to wear, and
I think in reviewing this, it does seem that everything is kind of ripe at this point based on what's occurred over the last few months and everything, that this may be a good time to really dig in and kind of.
Just a sec. So I'm gonna comment, and then Commissioner French, and then Commissioner Jordan. Or I'll go Commissioner Jordan first, since he hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm following. So what you're saying is, as long as the stated purpose of our forum remains to talk about county business, right? A rule that says you can't come here and complain about a specific employee is maybe not content or viewpoint neutral and might be unconstitutional.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Though that's going to.
If there's no personal attack piece.
Right, and
conduct.
that's going to relate back to the enforcement.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, the constitutional violation occurs when the enforcement occurs. Anybody could challenge the rules at any point in time and say that they are facially a constitutional violation. But obviously, you're generally not going to draw any challenges until you start enforcing a regulation, telling people they can't talk about it, or removing them from the forum, et cetera.
So I'll go, and then Commissioner French. So on the demonstrations, banners, buttons, signs, apparel, I wonder, partly for us, it may be different than the city, because that is very true over in the elections office, that there can be no electioneering at all. And since we oversee elections, that could be part of what is appropriate in our case.
Yes.
Versus others. But I know, like in the auditor's office and elections department, to have volunteers come in and do, they can't electioneer at all. So, they've got to be very neutral on that.
Right.
Because it's offensive to some people. And we're trying to show that unbiased approach. So I don't know if that makes it different for us here at the county versus the city, since we do have the elections department here.
Yeah, true. And I think if this were, this one could maybe be specified a little more clearly to show that both the intent is, both a sign that might be distracting and disruptive, and, also that it's the message and the political nature of the message. And because of the forum, the political nature of the message is not appropriate or permitted. And so there, that could probably be delineated more clearly in the rules.
Okay, Commissioner French.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So two things. One of the other things that I remember about being problematic with attacking individuals from the dais is the potential of jeopardizing one's liberty rights. And so that was one of the other reasons why we tried to refrain from that activity. And with regard to the button, as long as you're not pushing my button, I'm fine.
I suppose a lapel is not going to be visible by most people anyhow, so it's never going to get brought up. Big button might be. So two types of statements if I'm speaking at open public forum. One, I say, I think that the county does a terrible job plowing roads during snowstorms. You need to do more about it. You need to change this and that. You ought to be embarrassed with yourself. That's one statement. Converse that with Greg the grader does not know how to operate a grader, probably isn't qualified to, doesn't have a CDL, busts things up all the time, blah, 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 down the road. Am I hearing from you that both are allowed?
Under the current scope of the forum, I would probably say yes. And there is one case that was pretty close to on point. It was out of the Fourth Circuit. However, the legal framework of it is the same as the legal framework of the Ninth Circuit. And I will say that, so here was the just the real quick breakdown of this case. This council had a policy prohibiting personal attacks. Their policy was specific to the commissioners in this case. However, so this individual, when they came in and they were upset with the commissioners, they ultimately were removed for disruption. But basically the court did determine that in that case it was a content neutral policy. However, they emphasized that such policy does not preclude a speaker from expressing an opinion on the subject matter before the board or commission. And such a policy is content neutral when it serves the purpose unrelated to the content, even if there's an incidental effect. But they stated that as it is addressed to the substantive issues, ideas, or procedures, a personal attack is surely irrelevant to basically in this case, in our case, it would be to the issues of the county, right? A personal attack, attacking somebody personal, attacking, their character, their ability, whatever, is going to be irrelevant to the business of the county. However, it would be relevant if the topic at issue was the person being attacked, specifically their qualifications for office or their conduct in the scope of their employment. So if somebody's qualifications are at issue, that is part of the business of the county. If somebody's conduct in the scope of their official capacity for the county is the subject at issue, again, relevant to county business. And as it currently stands, basically county business is the scope of our public forum.
So even where qualifications of the employee are not at issue, but someone wants to create false allegations?
Well, so here's the thing, is what is at issue in our public forum is any issue of interest to a member of the public that is not on the agenda and relates to the affairs of the county.
So then the question I would have is, you said based on how the limited public forum is currently established, is there a way for the board to modify, adjust to enable that sort of behavior, comments not to be made in there?
I think there certainly is. I think these both the scope and the rules can be tailored in such a way that they align and to, at a minimum, certainly limit the amount of individual critique that is received and direct it more towards the issues as opposed to an individual. Though would it ever not be relevant? Probably not. But certainly because it is created by the board for the purposes of the board, you can tailor that scope and those rules to more or less kind of direct that forum to the issues that you choose.
So, I guess, what do you recommend, Chris? I
Well,
guess
well,
my
as far as-
guideline,
I can certainly take make an attempt at revising what we have. And, I guess as a place to start, I would kind of take the intent of what we have and just try to kind of tighten up some of the language and align some of the language a little bit better to try to achieve what I believe is currently intended by the rules that we have in a way that is going to be, more consistent with the legal framework. And then from there, obviously circulate amongst the board, probably some executive session discussion on that for any feedback or revisions that the board might want to do. But that would give the board a starting point from which to work.
And then the other piece that we don't have to address today, but we need to think about as we look at making changes is the allocating the 3 minutes to another speaker. Do we limit that to so many minutes or not? That people can do it or not do it. So not to be decided today, since we're going to have changes, but something discussion for another time.
And that piece, at least from a legal standpoint, that's really procedural, not legal. That's the board can leave it, remove it, change it.
But we do need to align because your code says limited to 3 minutes apiece. And then the rules of conduct has it extra. You can delegate your time. So those need to sync up.
Yeah, that was one of the aspects that is, they're not entirely consistent, so.
And we may want to throw into the pile if there's more speakers issue, then the 15 minutes worth, do we continue the public forum after the voting?
Which would also need to be changed in the code as well.
Right.
Which we used to do at our 5:30 meetings. Well, there was never anybody there to participate, but we always did the
That's what
3
we heard at
calls.
the
I mean,
city. It was
it
good.
was there if needed.
If needed.
Nobody ever hung around to actually take advantage of it, but we did it.
There are
It was
diehards in
there.
the city that will hang around. We finally created that in the city because our open forum was getting, even when we limited it, there was people complaining, well, I came down, I wanted to speak. So if you get there, you can sign up for the first one or the one at the end. But there were, more people that wanted to speak. So we had to figure that out.
I think city council also limited the number of times you could speak during a month.
Yes, that was part of the problem is we had people coming down for the first time and they didn't, they would get boxed out by the regulars. So we said, wait a minute though, we want to hear from everyone. So now there's a tracking system so that new people can also get on the slots. So boxed out, I don't know, just, there's a lot of
Well, if I had to choose,
interest.
I would suggest we go with what our code says, which is the 3 minutes, as opposed to the bundling, which I
Which is
said
elections does as well. You only get 3 minutes, there is no voting.
That's true. Well, and like we said, at the health district, they used to.
there's ways around it.
There's ways to bundle without bundling. By having they used to read a they had a statement that was read, that once you got to your 3 minutes, they would make the mark and go to the next person
would,
read the rest. And then,
It was.
and then read through, it would take all or 15 minutes that way. So there's ways to do that, so.
But
Yeah.
the health district, now that reminds me, we added time at the end of the meetings. Rarely did people hang out, if ever,
Yeah,
but that
yeah.
was something we added on over there when open public forum was so highly utilized pre-COVID. Now, it's not, but yeah, we added it on at the end too. We tacked on it for folks that didn't get to participate in the 15 up front, they could do it at the end, but nobody hung
We don't
around.
talk about fluoride anymore once they got there. So,
Oh, it'll come back.
Sure.
Leaves.
That's,
Let
that's,
you take a stab.
yep, I
And,
will.
and making
I will-
sure that it
yeah.
it matches what our code is, and then if we need to change the code, then.
Right.
we should, but-
Yeah.
But I'd rather have it match the current code and then.
Okay, I see, yeah. Yeah, I will start with that. Something back.
Okay, so are there any executive sessions that I don't know about?
I have one, but it can wait till tomorrow.
Tomorrow's gonna be pretty,
I know,
How many more do we have tomorrow?
probably 10 minutes. Probably 10.
Only 2 in total that I'm aware of.
One and
Because it's,
two.
yep. The SIA one and then this one.
tomorrow, but, and then we have the agreement with Airway Heights.
Oh, okay, is that
Three.
ready to go? Yeah.
We
In which
need,
case,
I wanna
Then yeah,
discuss that.
there's 3.
So caffeinated tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm ready to
David's
go,
Law.
I'm ready to go with at least one of those right now. If the board would like to, I don't think this will take very long, shouldn't be more than about 10 minutes. It should be.
Fine, we'll take very long here. So, do you guys wanna go now, or do you wanna hold off and go tomorrow? So tomorrow, let's see, what's our agenda for?
We're scheduled to end at 3:55. Then we pick up again at 5:30.
I'll be here.
So we have an hour and a half essentially tomorrow before the public hearing starts.
Okay. And then we'd have the executive sessions after 3:55. So, just do those then.
Sure.
Al, does that work for you if we do the executive sessions, or would you rather do a couple now? Just with your schedule.
I'm good either way. We're managing things over here, so I'm good either way. Hello? Did you hear me?
Yes, we can barely hear you.
We have a 4 p.m. meeting tomorrow, but we can move it to 4:30 till 5:30 for an hour.
Well, we've got our 5:30, so you may have to move it entirely, because I'm assuming, Al, you would like to be in the executive session with Larry Crowder.
Absolutely, yes.
So you may need to move your 4 o'clock meeting tomorrow.
Yes.
He's giving the head nod. That's what I thought. So, I didn't think that'd be one you'd want to miss. So, okay. So then we will schedule the executive sessions tomorrow afternoon. So basically from 4 to 5 will be an executive session. Okay. Thank you all very much.